All right, I'm back. And yeah, I think like we'll see. I think I found it. So I think why the camera was like lagging and pausing was actually because of Steam. Steam was downloading an update for Diablo, and Steam is like uncapped. Like can like uncap and write like download and write uncapped. So I think I was just taking like all of the resources away from well, the stream, and then my camera couldn't get through anymore. But I think now we should be set. So yeah, again, small disclaimer, there could be like drilling noises and renovating noises from the upstairs neighbor. They're going strong there, and um what I did is I put a noise gate on and noise suppression, so like my sound and my voice could sometimes like be cut off, or like maybe I don't know, just cut like we'll see how good the noise suppression is gonna be, right? Like sometimes those algorithms can cut out like just regular parts of you speaking as well if they like I don't know, like with their algorithm like see it as noise. So we're just gonna see. So just as a disclaimer, don't worry about it. There's not a permanent thing, or at least not planned to be a permanent thing. And we'll see how, like, if it's gonna be better the next stream, or if they're then still renovating. So, welcome, welcome everybody. Yes, this is a mental health stream. We're talking about anything. So, how are you all doing? Like, how about you, Indy and Zeppy and Nyrek? And what happened and relaxing? Grumpy Palace Cat. Welcome, welcome everybody. You were waiting for my stream? Yeah, I know it's kind of late. Where to fix up the internet. I think because the cats were there in that like area and might have I don't know like either so we unplugged it beforehand, but we like replugged it and apparently it was on. But um I think like some of the cables might have been like pulled out a bit because of the cats. I don't know why, but they love to sit where all of our cables are. Like we're gonna have to like get some like cable box stuff so they don't chew on them or anything, but they just sit on them. Which is just I don't know why. Must be so uncomfortable, but no. Apparently they love it. Right looking at Obi as being like I can fix her. For real. So so you're doing not so good, Zeppy? I'm sorry for you. So what's going on? And you're just surviving, relaxing? But you did start the blog already? I mean, that's amazing. Yeah, I think like earning like money with like affiliate marketing blogs, it's gonna take some time. Like people like first have to like it's a bunch of like really like marketing work you have to do and like make people like know about it and everything. So, yeah. I want to VIP upgrade to a concert on Friday, so I'm doing good, but I'm at work, so I'll be back in a couple of hours. Ooh. I mean, good for you. That's really nice. Like, is the concert nice though? Like, is it a concert where you also like are really excited for? But like, if you have to go like ASAP because you're working right now, like, don't worry about answering. Partnering with Amazon products, so people already have some trust on it, I think. Oh yeah, for sure. Like if you take like websites which have like Amazon where like everybody knows like you can like easily return stuff again, it's like, like no big deal. It's definitely easier, I think, but at the same time, you just have to like if you have a blog, right, you need to make it known to people first. Like people have to see it at all. So that's like the main marketing work, I think. Like you don't really like marketing the products is one thing, but there's already like marketing from Amazon for these products, right? But the thing you have to do essentially is just marketing your blog where people get to see those products in the first place, right? So I don't know, like I heard that can like it's one of those things where like there's like so many like Pinterest stories where like, oh yeah, it's like so easy and I make like 500 euros like a week or whatever. But I don't think it's that easy actually to drive traffic to a website. Like even with like social media and stuff, like you have to have this ability to make like people interested in it. And I don't know, like I personally think it's a bunch of work to actually like sell stuff. Like I'm not a good salesman. I'm like the first person who's like, oh, you think you don't need it? Then don't get it. Like, why would you then buy it? Like if you're not even excited about like buying more consumer articles, then don't. So I'm not the right person if you ask me to actually sell stuff. You're here for the first time, so you don't know how things work here. Okay, so let me give you a quick rundown. So in the beginning of the stream, we usually just sort of do like a basic check-in of like how people have been doing like for the past week, if there's been like any like positive progress, negative progress, like just what has been going on essentially and how they're doing. Also like as a reminder to like bring you in the present moment where you're like have this idea of like, do I actually need to adjust something right now or am I already like headed the right way? Because sometimes I feel like it can be quite like, especially if you're stressed, things can just like fly past you and you're so stressed that you don't remember to rest. And with this, it's sort of like this idea that in the moment when you think about the recent week and you sort of like portray to somebody else, you're then essentially like that is the moment where you check in with yourself as well and where you breathe and okay, like what do I actually do next? Um and uh after that we talk to so it's sort of like it's a mix, right? Like the stream is trying to fit to the individual needs. So sometimes there's like sort of like bigger questions being asked, and then like a general discussion is starting, and we just talk about like a topic like depression and like just like in a general sense, and like everybody is sharing their things to it, and we're just like all talking about it like steps, like what could it look like? Like what options are there? Like, is there maybe some options like you didn't know about, you didn't check out yet, or whoops, sorry. I'm not used to like managing music with these. I just like out of mistake touched them. Um and yeah, so we get like really into the problem with one person and talk about that and like talk that through and like the other people in chat of course like also try to help and like sort of like give like extra information if they have any from their own journeys and stuff. and we sort of like just always like switch between those two for like the middle part. And then at the end of the stream, we do belly breathing, stretching, and all stars. So those are like essentially like two relaxing exercises, which help you to check in with yourself and notice like how do you feel, like what do you want to do next? Like do you want to like stay on Twitch? Do you want to stay on social media? Do you want to maybe go out, like just sort of like a check in with your body, like what you need and um how you feel. And then with All Stars, we try to sort of like everybody just tries to like say their favorite thing about the stream so that we like it's also like it's one thing, like I take it as a feedback, sort of like what did you guys like best? Like what was apparently the most helpful? What was appreciated the most? To like know better, like what do you guys like, what do you guys don't like. But apart from that, it's also a thing where like because the topics we talk about here are sometimes like can be quite heavy and like not, they're not as fun as if you watch like cat TikToks or something, you know? It's like, I don't know, like if you talk like an hour, 2 hours in depth about like the ins and out of depression, it can be quite, it can bring a lot of emotions up, even though if it usually feels like very connecting. Um, and so it's just a way to like always end on something good, like to remember the like good moments and the positive moments and what people really liked, and to sort of associate talking about mental health with something positive, um and remember the positive bits, because our brains are like so easily remembering like negative bits, right? Like we all know that, like if there is like we all have heard about this thing of like, oh, if there's like one hater and like I don't know, 100 supporters, you remember like the one hater. So it's sort of like the same bias of our head we counteract in that moment, that we don't just remember like the bits which were like exhausting or maybe like, wow, that was such a deep topic, but also the bits were which were like funny and nice and so connecting and positive, and uh yeah, focus on the good things and train focusing on the good parts as well. You're also bad in sales, but you use AI to do most of work. I mean, for your situation, it's definitely like good that you can like have AI to help you, considering this is like your side job. I think they actually stopped. I don't know, maybe it's too early to celebrate. Maybe they're gonna start going again. Oh my god, it's only been 3 days since the last stream. Is that like much or like not much brownies? Like, would you like more recent, like more streams, or is it like oh so soon again? I didn't sleep much last night. I dropped a glass of. Oh, I mean, that's always annoying. So it probably took ages to actually like clean that up. So how are you doing with that? So much has happened for you in the last 3 days. Oh my god. For me, actually, a lot has happened too. I didn't expect it, but there's been so much going on. So how are you doing with so much going on? That being, so there's this person I have been thinking about for the past couple of And I'm just so invested that it's affecting my work. Like I should get over it, but I tried journaling and meditation, but nothing seems to work. It's just messing with my head. Not that I despise this person, but I do feel guilty for not being productive. Thinking about it, it's just kind of overwhelming. Okay. So why why are you like so invested in this person? Like, is it positive or negative? Because when you say like it's not that I despise this person, it's like okay, so probably it's negative, but apparently not like super negative. But like, so who was this person to you? Just to know if it's like, if it's a crush situation or if it's like I don't know, like somebody behaved like an asshole towards me and I just can't let it go. As I go, okay. Well, no. It's training currently to achieve from UGC for you like to train also what's up like person few videos told that it all every day do nothing like time change expect your life to be changed. I mean, I definitely like sort of agree, right? Like it's for your life to change, you have to change something about your life, like obviously. Um the part is though that sometimes changing your life is hard. And in a moment where you're just like, oh, but like, like you're just doing so little to change your life, like how do you expect it to change? It's such a broad thing to say because there's going to be people who do small steps to change their life, and this is the most they can do. And if you ask them to do more, they might do more in one day, maybe not even one day, but they might do more one day and then be burned out from it and feel like, oh, it's too much and I can't do it. And then stop changing at all. So it's like, yes, you do have to challenge yourself. Yes, you do have to, confront what needs confronting. You do need to seek out change, but everybody has their own pace and everybody has a situation which is going to be different depending on the circumstances, depending on themselves and the problem. And for some people, small change is the best they can do right now. And it's better than doing nothing. It's better than having so many so high expectations that you don't even start. And for so many people, like the most common thing I see is that people have too high expectations, and these expectations, because they don't fulfill them because they're too high, and then like when they don't fulfill them they just shame and blame themselves, and the shaming and blaming of yourself and like feeling guilty about not doing more and all of these things, and also like then to a certain extent feeling like, oh, because I don't do enough, I apparently like I'm self-sabotaging, like I don't really want to be out of here or something, like, or I don't deserve better or something because I don't do enough. It's like it can lead to a lot of like just self-hatred and like not actually putting your energy into change and into rest, but then putting your energy instead into beating yourself up over not changing enough. And that can be such a big problem and such a big stone in your way to actually change it, because it can take so much energy from possible change away to shaming and blaming and beating yourself up about it. All right, Lady Reinhardt, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the support. And hi, Grove Holmes. Welcome, welcome. And welcome to you too. With really cool name. Uh, I have a problem when I start work consistently, but if I didn't get even a little bit of results in a few days, I lose motivation to do that work and doom scroll again. I get it. I mean, that's sort of like what we're being trained to do as well, right? Like, it's so easy today to struggle having motivation to struggle, if that makes sense. Like, because of like social media, it's like I think you all heard about this, like how TikTok and like all of these like short form content is like essentially like giving you like dopamine like too easy. And because of that, we're like training ourselves to be sort of like intolerant to like wait for our dopamine. And so if we don't get results from our work and have to wait for our dopamine, we just lose motivation at all and feel like, oh, like it's not worth waiting anymore. I can't wait anymore. Like I need my dopamine right now. So it's actually really, really fitting that you describe it with like, oh, like you lose your motivation and then you doom scroll again, because doom scrolling is specifically then where you get dopamine from. This is like, it can be really helpful to have like really tiny goals for this, because if you want make yourself like way too big goals, right? Like you also, if like you don't celebrate your goals, for example, but if you make your goals way too big, it's going to take way too long to actually get to them and like feel like, oh, I achieved something. So it can be like really smart to make yourself like really, really small goals. And like don't look at it as like, oh, it's like ridiculous how small this goal is, or like, like it should, like, this doesn't make any sense, like nobody would call this a goal or whatever. Like, don't think too deep about this, because essentially what it's doing is just giving yourself something to hold on to while you're like working on to getting to the big goal. So it doesn't mean that you're gonna like not have the big goal as well, but you just also have smaller goals. You give your like, you just, award yourself with some like a little bit of like dopamine to like then keep going. What does that mean for Holmes? What? What? Spokes dope. And Zeppy saying, I met her on the first day of my school and I'm having a crush over her for almost 14 years. Since when I didn't even know what crush means. She studies in the same class as me. I have never talked to her. We had interactions, but very rarely. I kind of know she's beyond my league. I'm just grateful that she's in my class and I get to see her almost every day. Now, when it's the last year, I'm just scared that I might not see her ever again. It makes me kind of sad when you just say, like, oh, like she's beyond my league. So, like, like I don't have a chance anyway. Because I feel like there's so many things you can give apart from looking a certain way or like having a certain amount of money. And all of those things can be so much more valuable actually than looking a certain way or having a certain amount of money. Like just being, for example, like a safe space can be worth so much more. Like being supportive and positive and mindful can be worth so, so much. Apart from that, it can be actually really useful to be rejected to get over someone. Like, I know it sounds harsh, but it's also, it just kind of works. So, like, it works for some people, right? Like, there's also some people who just can't take a rejection and then just, I don't know, like, fantasize about, like, oh, she didn't mean it like this. And then it's just like, bro, just what the fuck? But feeling rejected can just put a stop to it because it essentially, like, so often we hold on to something because we're not on one page with ourselves about it. So especially with a crush, like even if you say like, oh, like she's so beyond my league, like I never have a chance anyway, it's can so easily be the case that there's still like this tiny bit of hope that is like someday gonna work out, and that's why you don't give up on it. But because you also don't really acknowledge that hope and like hoping it's gonna work out or whatever, and just saying like, oh, but she's beyond my league, whatever, because you're like not, you're not actively aware of that part. And then it can be like really hard actually to let go because you're not being honest to yourself in that moment. And it's just not being resolved. Like this conflict is not resolved the entire time. It's just sort of like coexisting. And because of this, these things can like just stick around. Because usually when we're like really on one page with ourselves, like, and we have like a clear decision on like, no, like this doesn't even make any sense. Like she's out of my league. Like I wouldn't be able to like match the lifestyle anyway. Like it would be so much stress. It would be, like we don't really like like if we know it's a bad decision, we're not gonna be like, oh, but I wish. You know what I mean? So it's usually if there's like some type of conflict where it's like it like duh, it's a bad decision unless what units. Oh my god, I just understood what you mean. And hi Riz, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean that's also true, Bloom. Literally, like the people who get rejected a lot are also the people who try a lot, and usually they try more than they are rejected. Like if you never try, you choose failure over uh potential success. I heard people saying take the risk. The worst could happen that you fail and live same life. But for me, it's kind of anxious because if I'm gonna fail, I get my internet access of phone of all of my online life, maybe physical. Yeah, I mean, for you, relaxing, it's definitely like a very different decision, like trying to earn money to get out of your abusive household and like doing that on the side, like definitely like if they find out there's gonna be way higher consequences than for a person who lives in a safe household. But I think even if you fail and even if all of that happens, there's still there's still chances left. sometimes you sort of gotta wait for it till the right opportunity comes along. But usually, whenever there's hope left, there's something we can. Not gonna be like I'm not saying it. Don't get me. But I totally understand that you're anxious. I don't think it's wrong to be anxious. But I hate this. Sorry. Why? Zach is always putting my phone on loud so that I like get my notifications and stuff. But I'm so like I just can't focus if I get notifications. Yeah. So this is sort of what relaxing is doing right now. Like she started this like how's it called again? Um Affiliate marketing blog and like trying to earn like money on the side like secretly to then be able to afford like a plane ticket or at least like a bus ticket away to live somewhere else. And uh yeah, we're just gonna be here along for the ride and hope we can help the best way possible. But it's a very difficult situation, and it's definitely a situation where again like being scared makes so much sense. And I hope you also like respect that. Like don't shame yourself for being fearful, you know? I think it's just it's natural to be fearful and it's natural to be anxious about like what would happen if it goes wrong and stuff. Because the margin of error for you is just in your situation way smaller. So trust your instincts there, you know? Because your instincts are essentially like trained from the situation you lived in. Like there's sometimes like I don't know if you guys ever like heard about this before. Um but it's sort of like one of the like I don't know like how correct it is or whatever. So I'm just going to call it a philosophy. Um but I really like I don't know like in the beginning, especially like before therapy, I like absolutely didn't believe in it. And now I'm a hardcore believer in it. So before therapy, I thought I can't trust my instincts, like I can only trust facts. And to a certain extent, that's also like not wrong, you know? And it's sometimes not bad to go in that direction because if you're like depressed as fuck, if you're like, you know, like if you're in a very bad place, your instincts can tell you quite dark stuff, right? Like your instinct could be that like this doesn't make any sense anymore. And that is well, you know, like that's not helpful instinct, right? Like it's not going to be the instinct which like keeps you alive. Um, but now after therapy, I noticed that also so many times and nearly always my instinct is actually very correct. Like if I like especially sort of like judgments about people and like how they're going to react, like how they feel, like if I'm safe there or not. So often it's actually very correct, but so often context is missing. And I think this is like the difference why like trusting your instinct before therapy can be a very slippery slope because your instinct might be correct, but your assumption based on that instinct is very black and white. Like it's like I sense there's like I don't know, like a bit of anger in the other person. So I'm gonna have to cut off contact because they hate me, and there's no way this is gonna work out. You know, like this could be like before therapy. Now it's like, oh, I sense a bit of anger there. Let me check in on them if there's something wrong. Like, let me check what's like going on. And it can also literally, anger can also happen if a person is like annoyed at themselves, right? Like, if they noticed something that they like, I don't know, like people who, for example, like untrain how to like do like a like wiggle with their knee or something, you know? Like, if they, I don't know if you've ever noticed that moment, but if that person is like trying to stop that behavior and then notices they did that behavior again, they can be like they're angry, but they don't show it in a moment because they're in a social setting and it's just, you know, like it's non like they also don't really want to expose themselves maybe in the moment that they did it again or that they're working on this and then it's like pissing them off. But like there's gonna be some like amount of like, oh fuck, Jesus Christ, like I thought like, you know, and they just gonna keep it down. So it doesn't have anything, like, it doesn't need to have anything to do with you. It doesn't need to be towards you. So all of these assumptions and the context can be super different, but usually this first instinct is actually correct. So with that, before therapy, it was really smart to not always believe, like, well, not to not believe the instinct, but because the instinct and the assumptions are so close together, it was actually very smart to not believe the assumptions. Because the assumptions were definitely like my projecting from like what I've experienced and stuff onto the world around me. And being like still in this like survival mechanism and being like, oh, I've seen this, like I have to get away now, essentially. Even though with this person, there was no like this wouldn't have happened. Like the emotions just came from something completely different, you know? Like it would have been completely figure outable. But I shouldn't have ignored my instinct at all. Because, for example, in a situation with like, this was like one of the reasons why this toxic relationship with my dad, I broke it off like super late. Because I just didn't, I thought I just can't trust my instincts. Like, I need like black and white evidence to be able to trust it. And that was actually super wrong because I grew up with that person since forever. Like this is literally like the person I'm trained to read. And it's like, yeah, he might have changed his excuse here might be genuine, but also I've literally learned that he's like manipulative, emotional, abusive, gaslighting. So, you know, it's a thing where like in that moment I shouldn't have ignored my instinct. And by ignoring my instinct, I just set myself up for failure again, essentially. But now after therapy, it's like in the beginning, I was like, no, I can't trust my instincts, right? Like just like I learned in therapy that essentially like these assumptions are like sometimes like way too far forward and just making me anxious for no reason because the other person actually doesn't hate me, but like something else in the situation. And even if they would hate me, it doesn't mean the same thing I lived through. Um But what I now sort of learned is, but I can trust this first instinct. Like the instinct that there is like conflicting emotions or there is anger or something or like, you know, like these things where like if you grew up in a household like that, like, you know, like you're pretty hyper aware of stuff like this. Like you can tell. Like other people can't tell, but you can. And the assumptions might be wrong. So you still have to check the context because there's a lot of context where an emotion like anger, even if it's suppressed, can be like completely fine and completely safe for you. So anger and suppressed anger is not always unsafe, but it's still good to know to just be like able also to be a good friend and to be able to check in with yourself as well because there's usually like some like connection, right? So this is, yeah, so long story short, I hope you understood relaxing what I'm trying to say. Like, do trust your instinct. Check with the context, like try, like, don't assume too much based on that instinct. But specifically with your parents, you can probably also trust the assumptions based on that instinct because these are the people who have trained this instinct, mm, like, for the majority of your experiences on. So if you feel like, oh, I rather not do that because this specifically is making me extra anxious that they're going to find out, maybe there's information you haven't actively processed, which actually, like, is from your experience making that to a bad choice. Hi, Simplicity. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the follow. I'm glad you understand microforms. I never know, like, Nirek, like, what are you trying to tell me in this moment with this emote? What is the emote even telling me, bro? What is this emotion supposed to be? It's just looking at me like a cat who's just, like, watching. But you don't really, like, they're just, like, like, just interesting, and they, like, watch you intently. But you don't really know if it's good or bad. You have a nice voice. Thank you. Welcome back, Zeppy. My parcel arrived, so I left in between. I missed what you were saying. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna replay it and see your reply. I think I kind of needed this future. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you to say. Don't worry about it too much. The next time, if your parcel is coming, because, like, we all know, like, sometimes, like, somebody's calling, somebody, like, is ringing the bell or something. So I completely get it that sometimes we just have to step away from stream. Just, like, write in the message, like, be right back. Just, like, it's literally like BRB, and then, like, you can leave, like, it's a super quick message, and then I just know, like, okay, I'm just gonna, like, not answer, keep it for later, and then, like, when you're back, like, we'll try to remember. What am I? Because then you don't have to replay it. Because I also understand, like, getting the information, like, in the moment is, of course, like, way more, like, like, it feels nicer than just getting it, like, afterwards. Sorry, I'm trying to find this, like, blog where I always have my notes. Because I just noticed, like, if somebody would tell me be right back, it would be actually smart of me to just write down my thoughts and then. Yes. No, don't worry about it too much. Like, it's really, like, you're being way too hard on yourself right now. Like, really, don't worry about it too much. Just, like, next time, remember, like, quick, be right back, and then it's no big deal at all. Like, it happens. Like, you're new here, I get it. Don't worry about it. Like you said, sorry, I accept your apology. You're Gucci, okay? How's your plant-eating cat? So, actually, news on that. Uh, on, I don't know, like a couple of days ago, since the last stream, um, we sort of, like, we're like, I don't think, like, we're like this, like, having two cats permanently just doesn't, like, we wouldn't have gotten, like, two cats anyhow, right? So we were just, like, sort of like cat, like, you know, on our own, and we just sort of noticed, like, after the first week of having them, like having this permanently feels exhausting. And of course, like, they still adjust and everything, but it was just a thing where we're like, I don't know, like I don't think like we're not like ready for this type of commitment now. Like not for two cats, maybe not for cats at all, maybe not for any pet at all right now. Um and so I texted my friend like I don't think we're like cat people and sort of like what the next steps are. So yesterday, so since then they like figured out what the next steps are. And the so we had like two cats, right? And we had like the plant eating like shy and prison breaker cat. And then we had like the super cuddly like easy cat. And the prison break cat is he texted like with his brother, and his brother actually once like was like super interested in it in this cat. And they gave them to us in the beginning because they were like we like look for a way to like not separate them because we think like they like really, you know, like do so well together and like each other so much. Um, but you know, like if it's not gonna work out, it's not gonna work out. But his brother was from the beginning already like, if you're separating them, like the prison break cat, like I'm gonna take that one for sure. Um, and so yesterday they picked up the prison break cat to like bring to his brother. And I don't know, bro, like his brother is such a cat person. Like I don't know what in the dark magic he did, but this cat was so super shy, and he literally like was cuddling with him the first day. So it's like on one hand I'm just like I'm so glad for the cat, so happy, so happy because he looked like just he was always like hiding somewhere, you know? And like except when he was playing in the evening, but then also like not wanting to be touched at all. And we were like so insecure as well, like if we do like the right thing, like if like is it okay what we're doing, like do we like should we try to like walk slower, like be quieter, you know, like we were like so sort of like insecure by the cats being so insecure. um and so on one hand I'm like, oh, I'm so glad the cat has a home now where it's like doing so good. On the other hand I'm just kind of sad that like we weren't able to give that um to the cat, because it's like, man, like I wished, yeah, I just wished I would be like that type of cat person, but I'm just, I don't know, like if I look at a cat which looks like super scary, like I'm getting scared, like I don't know. Bro, like, I just get scared too. Like I'm just like not scared from like why the cat is scared obviously, but like I'm just get like so concerned about like, oh, like I don't want to make you more scared. Like, is this fine? You know? And I think that's just making the cat even more scared in that moment. And his brother is apparently like super confident with the way he goes about cats. And I think that's like the confidence the cat needed. Like the cat needed just like this leader person who's like, you know, who just knows what he's doing and like had super many cats, and it's like knows what's good for cats and all of that. Um so exactly. So Prison Breaky is gone already. We still have the super cuddly cat, and we're like he was so super weird thing by the way, because like yesterday Prison Breaky was like picked up at the evening. Yesterday for the entire day already. The cuddly, they're drilling again. The cuddly cat was like way different as well, and was like awake for the whole day actually. So like the entire time when I was like sitting at the PC or something, um, sorry, I have to put music on because otherwise I just can't think anymore. Like the noise suppression is working so good because this is really loud. Um, but yeah, like yesterday, the like cuddly cat was like the entire day up, and he was so much like closer to us than like, and so much more like cuddly than before. Like I don't know why. Like maybe like we were kind of like sad about like because we thought like, okay, like we tell them already so that they have like time to find a place. So that like we're still like we can still have them for like 2 weeks and just like cat sit them, you know, like we're happy to cat sit them. They're super cute. Um, but then everything was going so fast and we were kind of like you're picking him up tomorrow already? Okay. um and I don't know, like maybe the cat just sort of like noticed that or something, like that our mood is a bit different. Um so I don't know. Like right now we're testing if maybe with this cat only because this cat is like you can just leave doors open. Like you can just have windows open. Like we can just have the same plant like the mildly toxic plant out because the cat won't eat it because he's not stupid, you know. Um and I don't know. So we're gonna try if maybe that is um I don't know, is still a thing. Um and we're just gonna try that for like I guess like until the end of the month or something. And then see how it's gonna go. But yeah. So but yeah, I'm still like I don't know, like this cat is like so perfect though. So it's like I don't know, like we're gonna give it some more time, but I'm pretty sure like if we still like after 2 weeks feel like oh we're like not sure, I don't think we're ever gonna be cat people because this cat is like the most perfect cat you could wish for, I think. Like he's super super cuddly, he's like super attached to you. Like he doesn't go outside for like windows or like whatever, you know, he just sits in front. Um I don't know. He's just chilling. Like we also like with the other cat, like we couldn't have them like in the bedroom when we were sleeping. Because like he would play the entire night with like a spring, which is like very noisy. But with him, like we like yesterday, we just like left the door open and it was like the first night essentially, and it was like instantly super fine. Like he was just like being quiet the entire time. Okay, he was being quiet the entire time, but he was still like you could just like hear him walking around. Um like not when he was on the floor, but when he was like jumping up and down of things or like when he was eating or something like this. Or when he was like walking around in our bed because of the you know the blanket. Um but it was still actually like I don't know, like our sleep was kind of fine for whatever reason. Um, so yeah. So these are the news to the cats. Yes. So yeah, plant eating cat found his match in heaven already with the brother. And hi Alan, welcome, welcome. It's your first time here. All right, welcome, welcome. What kind of cats do I have? They're just like European like short hairs, like just very basic, regular, like no breed nor no anything, just basic ass cats. Yeah. And you're also struggling with mental health. Sorry for you, buddy. I hope we can support you. A scare circle. Is that a thing? Like, do you call it like that? You did? I said like the scare circle. Like, is that sort of like the common like? Is there like a common phrase for this? That like the pet is anxious, and then like you get anxious about like if you do everything right, and then the pet gets even more anxious and stuff. To the age of 19. Damn. Flash got old. Like, I bet he lived a good life. But it's always hard to lose a pet. Like, even if they lived a good life. Hi, Darkness said. Don't worry about it. Like, we're just here to support. Like, if you have any questions, we're like super happy to help. Like, but we're not gonna diagnose you. Even if you were crazy. Like, if you wanna play Jin and count to 4 until the rest of your life, you and like that makes you happy. I'm glad for you. Okay. My cat been vibe mogging me all day. What is okay, what does it mean if your cat is vibe mogging you all day? What? I can imagine relaxing. Can be quite interesting sometimes. But I think it's always sort of like I got really into so there's been in Germany there's been like a huge drama going on. There's like this so there was this like streamer who's been like omega hard cancelled for like as the worst, as the absolute worst. Um and now there's been like a new video coming out. And the apparently like it was I don't know, like this it's not only one new video, like some like YouTuber who does like exposing whatever stuff did like like I don't know, he's like doing all of his videos about this topic one way or another right now, but I think he did like three big parts, and like the first video was like 2.5 hours or something, like crazy in detail. Like he did like a full dive into it. And apparently, it's like the whole way around. Apparently, the streamer was so hardcore framed by her ex and her like ex best friend. Um like so by her best friend, but like now sort of like not best friend anymore, not by her ex's best friend, just to clarify. But like so omega hardcore framed, and then every other streamer was literally like back then just doing like reactions on it with like, oh, like I never liked her anyway. And like this was like so I don't know why, but like so many people were like sort of like, yeah, I can imagine that like so good. And I don't know, I think like low key like so many people jealous. And I remember that I watched her like she did like an apology video, and she was so cancelled for that apology video as well, where I was like, actually I like watched the apology video back then from her, and I thought this is actually so hardcore correct. Like I think this is one of the best apology videos I've seen. But she was I don't know why, but she was like so hardcore cancelled for that apology video as well. And like now with all of the new informations, it's so obvious, so black and white obvious that she was crazy framed for all of it, and all of this was like super planned. Like it's sort of it's so weird because it's something where like usually somebody gets cancelled later on, somebody maybe does a video on it, and like it turns out like okay, like both people were kind of shit, like always, like like stuff is complicated, whatever. with this situation though, it's like full on like how do you say this? If there's like a theory which is like, you know, like aluminium foil hat type situation. Um how do you say that? What's the word for it? Like Verschwörungstheorie. Somebody help me. What conspiracy? Thank you, Shady. So it's sort of like it's so I don't know, I got so hooked by it because it's low-key like a conspiracy theory, bro. It's like there's so much was obviously wrong. Like you got the official so beforehand it was like the person who like framed her put like chat histories up with like some of her messages, but like only like literally one message. And now we have like the full chat history, and it's just like this one message, and like the entire context is from an entirely different conversation or something like this. Like it's so weird. It's so weird. And so it's low key like this person made like the first video 2.5 hours, the second video I don't even know how long, but like 3 videos which were like hours on end, exposing this like like cancel conspiracy theory about this content creator, and I got so stuck in it. I got so stuck in it, bro. It's like movie shit, bro. Like I thought people don't do this. Like people just normal, you know? Like why does somebody waste their time on like framing somebody? Just like who wins with that, you know? Like I don't understand it. I don't anyways. Um but so yeah. So end of the story. I got so hardcore in it. Um but what I noticed as well, and this is actually the point to this whole thing because I didn't want to go on on about this actually too much. But the whole point of this thing is that I can relate to you. And for me, what I noticed when I now did this is that I actually felt worse. Like on the days where I got so hardcore in it and I got like, I watched all of these YouTube videos and I was so close to it. It's just, what? We just made like 3K followers? We just hit a goal. Oh my god, let's go! I didn't expect this at all. I didn't even know we were close. What the hell? Like, that's so unexpected. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Love to all of you. Um, where was I? I don't fucking know. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much. This is only possible because of you all. You made this happen. So thank you, guys. um, I do like not completely want to lose my thought here though, because this was important point. Um, oh, my ears hurt so easily from headphones. Um, so the conclusion to this was though that on these days where I spent so much time in that and so much time watching these videos and everything, it's I mean, I don't know, I just really felt worse for it. Like it felt so intense in the moment, but just sitting there so long, watching through this, and like also not really being like involved, not being able to like, you know, like do anything about it. Like you can't really like help her or like be there for her in this moment. Like you can't really like of course you can write a comment or something, but you know, um And then also like watching how essentially the tides just turned, but it's still the exact same people who shamed and blamed her and were canceling her and now just canceling the other side. Where it's like, I feel like the thing we should have sort of taken from this, most of all, is to actually just don't really judge about personal issues if you're not fucking involved. Because you're not involved. You don't know the context. You haven't been there. And like, I don't know. And but yeah, it just turned the tide. And on one hand, of course, I'm like super grateful that the streamer who's been cancelled like unrightfully is like, like has a chance now again. Because she lost like she lost her entire like living she made from stream and everything. And corporations and everything. Like it was such a crazy cancel, everybody dropped her. And I mean, on the other hand, like, yeah, these other people like chose to like do this like fake ass campaign against her and like cancel her for like fake ass reasons. And like they low key should have known this is gonna come back to them. But at the same time, it's just so surreal how the people watching this didn't change at all. Like the people watching this just switched targets. So, and that's just something where like nobody learned from this, And apart from that, just like being so invested into somebody's else's life and just like spending so much time on these videos and stuff. Like I just noticed that I felt so bad because I didn't spend my time on my life. Like I didn't spend my time like meeting my friends or like like building up my own life, but I just spent my time like watching these YouTube videos. And like in the moment I was super interested in them, definitely. But the more I watched it, the more time I spent on this, the worse I felt. And I think that's something so interesting that like you can feel like you want something, but it's still like bad for you, you know? And especially in this moment when you get like so into the life of somebody else and so close that it feels like you're getting dragged further away from your own life. And on one hand, I don't think, like this has to be bad like the entire time or something. But I think being aware of this effect is just so like if you're a person like me in that situation, and if you notice that, I think just knowing is so, so important. Because then I know like, oh, I'm gonna like take care of like taking a break. Or like, okay, but like for the rest of the week now, I try to be more active and like focus on myself again. Like, like once you know, you also like know how to be careful to not go too far and to not use it as like escapism to like flee from your own life and not be like dragged down from not having taken part in your own life for that duration. Hi, Reactor. Welcome, welcome. Hmm. Mental health can't be described? What do you mean? What do you mean, Arslan? Welcome, welcome. It can be frustrating when you're genuinely trying to help and we don't lose hope. Oh, this was sorry, this was about the like viewership of like people watching like one person being cancelled, being super judgmental and taking part in canceling that person. Then the next like the like stick turning, and then they're just like not learning to like not instantly cancel somebody because you don't have all the context because you're just a viewer, but you know like but just like then turning to the other person, just canceling that person instead. So this wasn't really about the stream here. I usually don't get, I don't know, I usually don't get like really frustrated with like people here not changing or something, because people don't want to change. They usually don't ask for help to change. And for people who do want to change, and ask for help to change, but then it doesn't work out, then they just usually need more help. So it's not like, you know, like they don't want to or something. It's just tough. It's an interesting social study, though. It really is. Do you ever resent your parents for your appearance? Okay. Like we only get one life, and like this is not personal. I hope we only get one life, and this is the only you get to have. I have a hard life because I'm not above average in looks. Okay. I have so many thoughts on this actually. Um, I can relate to what you mean. I think probably everybody at some point in life has understood that there's definitely something called pretty privilege in our society for sure. Um, but I never faulted my parents for it. And I don't know, like maybe that's a thing because like I don't know, I feel like just growing up from like the perspective of a woman, there's like there is very little attribution being given to your parents for how you look, and a lot responsibility given to you for how you look. Like, do you do your makeup right? Like, do you go to the gym like as much as you should be? Like, there's always this like perception that like, oh, like every woman could look like super hot, like a top model or whatever the current beauty standard is of that person who's saying that. Um, but every woman could look like this if they would just like eat right and do the right amount of sport and like not even use makeup apparently, but and that's just, so there was, I don't know, I never, like I can't relate to drawing like putting that line to my parents because I always felt like their responsibility weighs on me. Even though it's probably more accurate to put the responsibility on your parents. um because like certain body types you can't really change just by like working out or eating right. um and like certain like distributions you also can't really do much about except like going to the like doctor and uh being, you know, fixed up. um But I do think that there is a lot we can do, definitely. So I don't think we can give like all of the responsibility to our parents for sure. And a lot of the responsibility is on us simply because we are the people believing that we're like worth less because we look a different way. And yes, there is something like pretty privilege, but it doesn't, it's like not ruling everything and it's not everything. So you can still be a famous streamer, you can still, like, you can achieve everything still. You just maybe like have to do it like slightly bit different or something, you know? Um, but I think there's so much more than just this the beauty we've been given from like our genes essentially. Um, and I think you see that a lot actually if you go to if you just like look at like all okay, like you can't look at like all models, but like there's like beauty brands who have like a very diverse uh like who hire like very diverse models. And also not just models who have like diverse bodies, but like not diverse faces, but also models who have diverse faces. Um so I still think like you can there's like there's no gap on it. And I don't think you have a gap on like finding like a pretty wife or something on that either. I fall into maladaptive daydreaming and online life because I don't like my own life. Yeah, I get it. I mean, this is just escapism. And of course, like to a certain degree, it's like understandable and makes sense. You always have to watch out with it though. Like the more you train it, the lower your tolerance can get to like accepting real life. Because you essentially live like with maladaptive daydreaming, what the like really risky part about it is that because it's dreaming, right? You can have like very unrealistic standards. And if you then adapt to these unrealistic standards, your real life is going to be like harder to accept. It's essentially the same as to like if you're like a girl who's like using like face filters the entire time, then it's going to be harder to accept your face on a photo without a filter. Like if your person is wearing like really heavy makeup the entire time, it's going to be harder to like think you're pretty without the makeup. Like it's at least like it doesn't like have to be, but it's like very easy to fall into that direction. Um and so I don't know, like for me personally, like I don't use filters anymore at all. I don't wear like heavy makeup anymore at all. And I really notice how like the longer I don't do that, the more I actually like see the like think I'm pretty like without all of that. And that's essentially like on a bigger scale. That's the same which can happen to like your real life expectations through maladaptive daydreaming. So if you daydream like of these like just unattainable standards for reality, and then you come back to reality, like reality is always going to be worse, right? Thank you for the luck, Esther. Welcome, welcome. And I mean, it's like it's like really hard to be like, oh, but like, so it's like always wrong to do this or something, right? Because if you live in a really like shitty situation, like, is it wrong to escape from that? Like, is it maybe not even like to a certain extent, it can even like protect us. Um, so it always like really depends on like what your goals are, uh, for that time, and a certain balance, I guess, right? But yeah. So daydreaming, for example, can on one hand also be like really productive. Like if you daydream in a like more realistic sense, in terms of like daydreaming like what the next steps could be to actually achieve a goal, and like sort of like make a like plan it out like very detailed in your head through daydreaming. Like it can actually like be positive because then you get like more certainty in like how you behave like in the real world, and you don't have like unattainable standards in that moment, but you just sort of like prepare like imaginary. Um but yeah, if you just daydream of like a alternate universe which is just like unrealistically good, then it's gonna be harder and harder to think normal life is good. I recently resigned from my job of 10.5 years because I was under much stress and protected by my. I think that's a really positive choice. That you choose yourself over your job. Must have been hard though. So how are you doing since then? Like were you able to like, I don't know, like find a different job which is like better fitting for your life and mental health? There's so many goals I wanted, but I couldn't get with them because of it. I've been treated so badly in day-to-day interaction compared to others. There's so many jobs that I probably have not gotten because of it. I would I would be careful actually with believing in that. Because sometimes we can pin more of our problems on a thing we see but can't change to make it easier for ourselves. And on the other hand, I think it's also not useful to believe because it actually is sort of like making you just hopeless and just like giving this feeling of stuckness, right? Because you just don't, well, you can't do anything about it, right? So, like, it's just like you're gonna live this unfair life until the day you die and sucks. And so I don't think it's like really helpful to have like a positive outlook on life, to be honest, or like take action or like change something. Um, and apart from that, I also don't think it's true. Like, I personally absolutely like for sure, like I can like okay, like let's say we say like, oh, but you look pretty or whatever. Um, but I think if you don't have to look. I think what is important is that you look hygienic. Like a person needs to look hygienic, like clean, not like dirty, not smelly. Um, I think that's a big thing for people. And then like being like if you're like I think it's like also hard if you're like very like overweight or like very slim. Because it's just like people will assume like a fitness level from it. And like maybe like not ask you to come for a run, or maybe not ask you to carry something heavy, or maybe like sort of like exclude you because they just like assume some physical capability from that. But if you're like, I think if you're just average weight or like sort of close, ish to average weight, and you just look hygienic, I would be careful with putting too much weight on this. Like, I would worry that I would keep myself from like seeing the bigger picture. Like, I would worry that I would just dodge responsibility in that moment. So, and also the other thing is, like, if you think this about yourself and if you believe in this, you also like halfway make it true, right? Because if you don't believe in this, there's you don't have this like a psychological impact of thinking you're being treated differently and stuff. Like you're not biasing yourself in like a negative direction. Versus if you do believe in that, you're biasing yourself in a negative direction. And that this is actually like I'm looking up like a here. I actually have an article about this, which explains this effect of that. Because there's a study which was made, which had participants like go out into society and like report how people treat them with this like big scar on their face they like painted on their face. But before the participants went out, they removed the scar unknowing to the participants. So the participants went out and thought they had this like massive scar on their face, um, and that they're gonna report how people treated them. But they essentially went out not having any scar on their face, looking completely normal. So it was just this bias in their head that they thought they would look unacceptable to society. And the overwhelming majority just reported back that it's, yeah, like people treated them differently, like it's so bad, like they're being like judged and looked at weird and like all of that. So they felt like most of them felt like they're being looked at like having this scar. But essentially, they just projected that onto other people. And this bias is a thing where essentially you're exposing yourself in that moment too. Like, if you think this is true, like, if you think that because the way you look, you are worth less, you deserve less, or like people gonna, like, even if you don't think you deserve less, but even just if you think you're gonna get less, like, other people will treat you differently, like, you can't get with that woman because of the way you look, you will not get that job because of the way you look. It's literally gonna feel like that to you, even though it's not the case. Like, this is what this study is essentially saying, or this article. Exactly. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy in that moment. So this is why I would be like very, very careful with these things. Because our perception of what's like happening and what's gonna happen, like our expectations are so, so important to like that they actually influence the way we live. Like if you think you have no chance, you will miss the opportunity. Or the opportunity will seem invisible to you. Like you're not gonna look for it. Like if you look for the dark spots in your room, you're only gonna find dark spots. Like you're not gonna find the bright ones. So it really depends on like what we look for and what we expect from others, how we expect to be treated and everything, like which signals we expect to get from others. and what signals we are looking for from others. It's it ties a little bit back into the topic I said before, where I said like there's like before therapy and after therapy, like the intuition was right, but the assumptions based on that intuition were wrong. And so the chances that you find a tinge of disgust in somebody around you, somebody looking at you, somebody you talk to, is going to be super high if you disregard the context. Not all of that disgust is going to be directed towards you in that specific context you assume. But the chances of you finding any disgust is obviously way higher than finding disgust in this specific context. By the way, Fluffy, I just didn't say hi to you before. Oh, wait, yeah, and now he has ads. Anyways. Early retirement because of my age of 40. I decided to find jobs that would suit me. I see, I see. I mean, that's exciting. And hi, Banzai, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. I just noticed that I didn't say hi to you before, Fluffy. But hi. Welcome to the stream. And how are you doing? So do you understand what I mean, brownies? Or does this seem like I'm just like dismissing the entire thing too? What happens now? Future self is watching you right now from memories. God damn. That's fair. I do need to change them still. The know-it-all pass is essentially just a pass for like be a know-it-all for a second. So if you have like something like wise assy to say, it's like you just redeem the know-it-all pass and then you can be a wise ass. Yeah, I understand. I'm an adult. I can. It sucks that this is going to affect the rest of my life. I mean, it doesn't have to, right? Like you can like this perception and this like sort of like opinion that this is gonna like affect everything and like you can't change it and like you're gonna bias yourself the entire time. It doesn't need to stay the same and it doesn't need to stay true. Like you can expose yourself to the other perspective that it's actually not your like the way you look and like slowly work toward believing that and accepting yourself and then this perception you expect from others is probably going to go down too. With the caps. I'm going to repost a message, bootlegger. So, this is bootlegger's message. I mean, this is not really wise ass behavior, but sure. I mean, this is like I had like body dysmorphia to the point where like I low-key tried to starve myself. Um I was like not, I wasn't able to like really go through with it. Um but I did like so many fucking diets where I just ate like one shake a day or something stupid like that. And I had a time where I like nearly every day had like fake lashes on and everything. So it's definitely not impossible to come away from something like this. Like what you believe now, like that the way you look is like not enough. It probably won't stay like this if you try to change it. Like you can change it. It doesn't like it's not a objective truth or anything, but it's subjective. And because it's subjective, you can change it. And I think it's actually really, really good to work on this because before you know it, you're gonna get old. Like you're gonna get like all the like wrinkles and white hair and get a little bit like, like food is not gonna process like before anymore. Like you're gonna get some weight probably. At a certain point in our lives, like we're gonna look like I don't know, fucking potatoes. We left like we forgot about because they were like fallen behind the trash and now they're just stayed there for I don't know 2 years and then at some point we like smell something weird and then we try to find out where it's coming from and then we find this old wrinkly sort of slimy potato where you like can barely see anything anymore and recognize it's a potato and like and still then we're gonna have value. So then we can be loved. Like beauty is something which is gone so quick and which is so fragile. Like put the prettiest human like in front of bad light with a shitty photographer in a shitty position with not properly fitting clothes, no makeup, after a bad night of sleep, after working for 50 hours, after struggling with their mental health, and then see how they look. Like, there's people on this planet where it's their literal job to look pretty. And at some point, we convinced ourselves that it's a good idea to compare ourselves to them, or that it's fair, or makes sense, or even a possibility. No. I mean, dissociative escapism is very common for people who go through trauma. I thought I was very overweight in high school. I looked at my high school pictures and I was actually quite fit. Never realized I had dysmorphia until then. Yeah. It's like it can seem so real. Like it can seem like this is also why it's so hard to do something against it, right? Because like whatever, like to a certain amount, it's so real that and you feel like you have so much evidence for it. And you've gathered so much evidence for it because you had all of these situations where clearly they judged you because of this. It can seem so real that no matter what other people say, it's not real anymore. No matter what actually real people say to you, you don't you don't believe them. It's like no matter if a person makes you a compliment, you're just gonna assume it was a pity compliment. Or it was ironic or sarcastic. Or they just want to get something else from you. And this is actually quite sad, right? Because the very thing where like you would think it's gonna get you out of this, right? Because it's like it's different evidence is not valid to yourself anymore. And then on top of that, if we look at the paper I sent in before and this study, we can get this perception based on completely fake facts. Completely fake facts. Like we can go into society looking completely normal and be like, yeah, they treated me so different because because I thought I had a scar on my face. They treated me so different. Oh my god, everybody was looking at me. Everybody like I didn't the the women rejected me just because of the scar. Like everybody is so superficial. Oh my god. And then imagine you come back from this like from this experiment. You've gone through that test and everything, and then they just show you a mirror and you know nobody touched you since you were back. And you look perfectly normal. What how weird must you feel in that moment? To be like, wait, no, like I was people told me I'm taking part in an experiment in a study to see how people treat you different. I wanted to be very, very scientific, very objective. And now I was talking like I was like none of this is true. Like I didn't have the scar. But I still said that so many people treated me different because of it. Like it's such an like really think about this. That's such an unreal feeling, I think. Like you must sit there, look at it, and just be like, what the fuck? Like what? Like they put I don't find that like they put like people were like also the people talking to me were involved in the study. I don't know. Like it must feel so incredibly weird. And now know that all of us are experiencing this the entire time because all of us, like, we're not free of expectations. Like, even me, like I'm like if I go out like on a day where I look like incredibly tired or whatever, and like I didn't put makeup on, I have like rings until here, like I feel like shit and I feel kind of like, oh, and now I'm going out like this. Okay, but whatever, I'm just gonna do it. Of course I think people are different towards me. And so like we're so much of the information we have is just completely based on our own perception and has nothing to do with reality. Nothing to do with how other people actually see us or anything, and only to do with how we interpret information based on this filter we put on it. And I think that's, on one hand, it's really scary to know, right? Because on one hand, it's essentially telling us whatever you think is real is not. Like, there is not one objective reality. It's just you're always going to interpret it through a filter. And you're not even fully aware whatever that filter might be. Like, that's fucking scary, if you ask me. Like, that there's not one reality. Like, that you don't even know if you're, like, self aware. And then, on the other hand, it's quite positive, right? Because it means we actually have so much power over the reality we live in. Because if we're delusional and tell ourselves we're the prettiest person on this fucking earth, we're God given, beautiful, so beautiful, everybody wants to give us the world. Of course we're famous, of course they want our opinion. Like we're the most important person on this planet and whatever. Like we're gonna see way more of this come true than we would imagine. And no matter the circumstance. And I think that's insane. Like it's insane, but it's like positive and negative, like depends on how you use it. Psychiatrics and physio. Do you mean psychiatrist and psychologist? You have 5 interviews today, Lucan? Damn. Good luck. Hope they work. Let us know. Yeah. Yeah. Psychiatrists and psychologists are different. So it always depends on the country, of course, right? So I can't like for sure tell you about like where you live. But in I think as far as Western medicine is concerned, and definitely like how it works in Germany and the Netherlands, is that psychiatrists can prescribe meds, like they're studying medicine and then go to psychiatry. So they go from this like medicine doctor path to like into mental health direction. And they can prescribe you meds. And but they don't usually do something like cognitive behavioral therapy or something like this. Like at least not that like I know of. Like usually there's like, or at least here in the Netherlands from like the part of the system I experienced is like you have a bunch of psychologists and then there's a few psychiatrists. Because with the psychiatrist, you essentially only have like 15 minutes appointment. You like go there, you say like, "Hey, my psychologist said like maybe let's get this medication." And then they're like, "Okay, so like let's figure out like what the like why specifically this medication, what like, you know, what would be good." And then they prescribe you the medication and like tell you like how to take it and whatever. And the psychologists do like or like well um the 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 clinical psycho, is it, wait, it's not, you don't say, Yeah, clinical psychologists, they do like cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma therapy, um, and whatever. So they're doing like not only talking therapy, but like all types of like actually like hands down therapy, you know? So, and they study psychology. So the psychologists study psychology. And here they have to do a bachelor, a pre-master, I think, and a master, and then they have to do like work first, like under like being watched and being supervised, and then at like after I don't know, like 10 years or something, they turn into an actual clinical psychologist who can work alone. And again, the psychiatrist, they study medicine, and then they go into psychiatry. So they study different things. You here in the Netherlands, apparently, based on what my therapist told me, what is happening? Um, this is odd. The fuck, bro? What? Huh? Why? Maybe the cat actually destroyed my cable because for whatever reason. So here's my camera, right? And behind my camera here, my PC right here, and then behind the PC is a tiny like because my PC is standing like not straight but like sort of like in the corner because here's the window. So my PC is like standing like this and there's a tiny corner behind it. And this tiny corner behind it are like all my cables. And I don't fucking know why, but the cat loves this spot sometimes. And well, also my camera cable is going there. And so maybe the first time the cat was there, I actually noticed that my camera was like sort of like falling like halfway over. So the cat definitely pulled on the cable. And might have just like low-key ruined the cable. Um Because now I like stabilized the cable to like not hang down, but like lay on top of my PC. And now it's okay again. So I think the cat fucked up my cable, my camera cable. And like maybe not even the cable, but actually like the like where it goes into the camera, you know. I may have traits of autism amongst my mental health issues. A lot of people have traits of autism. It sort of depends. Like it's not like it doesn't need to like having traits of autism is like super common. Or for example, the same with like having traits of ADHD, it's super common. It depends though if you have like actually like autism or like ADHD, right? Because like autism, ADHD are like so like are challenges to this degree because like everything comes together, like all of these traits, or like well, as many as you need to qualify for autism. Um, and like not just a few, but if you already notice that you have traits of autism, like checking out like a diagnosis would definitely be useful. Because if you do have like undiagnosed autism, it can like really help to get a good diagnosis, to get like just like psychoeducation on autism and how to deal with it and how to live your life better and everything. Just understand yourself better as well. But even with these traits with autism, like if you can relate to some traits of autism, it can be really nice actually to watch autism related content from like autistic people, how they just, like handle and manage these traits and what they do about it and how they understand themselves about it and handle it. So then like going on YouTube or something like this could like also very well be a very good idea. Like I personally also am like on the neurodivergent spectrum, potentially in the autism direction, but I didn't get the I didn't went through like the diagnosis hassle because my ADHD diagnosis was such a hassle and I didn't really know what to get out of it. But I might still do it at some point if I have like motivation for it. But yeah, like doing a diagnosis usually only makes sense if there's something like if like it depends on like what you want to get out of the diagnosis, right? So like if you want like I don't know like governmental support or something, definitely like go through with it. If you want like psychoeducation or something, whatever, like go through with it. If you need like help with like work and whatever, going through with it can help. If it's just a thing of like I don't really care too much about the diagnosis, but I just want to know how to handle life, then it can actually be a more straightforward, like it sort of depends on your psychologist, but my psychologist just essentially gave me the psychoeducation or like some of the psychoeducation to autism without having the diagnosis because the diagnosis would take quite a bunch of time. Oh, what I didn't finish beforehand. So according to what my psychologist said, when I asked him once, uh, as a like having studied psychology, you can't even turn into a psychiatrist because for to become a psychiatrist, you have to study medicine. So there's not even like a, but like I don't know, at least like up to his information, because he wanted like in the beginning he wanted to become a psychiatrist, and he thought that he would need to study psychology for it. And then while he was studying, found out that he actually can't become a psychiatrist this way, and was like, huh. Well, I do like psychology, so whatever. Yes, yes, yes. Well, I'm not Dutch. Like I'm German. Like I lived in Germany. I only moved to the Netherlands like 4 years ago or something. But now I live in the Netherlands. My own psychologist told me that he took antidepressants just to live. Oof. Okay. I mean, what I definitely did hear as well is that psychologists are like in the working market right now under a very, very heavy load. And that like there's some like sort of because I was like friends with a person who studied psychology who wanted to become a like clinical psychologist. But then like one of her friends went into clinical psychology and like told her about it and like burnt out after like the first year or something, and switched to like not work in clinical psychology anymore. And then she was like, okay, I'm not gonna work in clinical psychology. I'm just gonna do like go to like some business and do you know, do something else with my psychology degree. I heard that most people who have ADHD also have autism. Hmm, okay, interesting. I haven't heard about this. If you have like a source or something, like I would love to read it. I'm from the UK, normally in Aberdeen in Scotland, but currently staying in Preston, England for the time being. Oh, nice. So close by. Let's go. I wanted to get the bipolar diagnosed to get help. Yeah, exactly. What's then even the point to get to a doctor and get ADHD, autism, bipolar, or any diagnosis? So there's it really depends on your personal situation, right? Um, So first of all, if you want to get like any sort of like governmental funds, which is only given out to people with diagnosed autism, ADHD, or bipolar or whatever, then you have to get the diagnosis, right? So if you want to be in that spot, then getting the diagnosis is really helpful. Apart from that, there's like if you get like the full-on diagnosis, like then you often also get like treatment like from the place where you got like your diagnosis done. Versus if like for me, for example, I was at a place where they couldn't have done the diagnosis there. But they would have sent me over to a different place to get the diagnosis done. Um, and then I would have had to go to therapy there instead of with them. And I was just like, you know what? Like, I found such a good match in my therapist. I don't really want to risk that. This, like, the other person is like not going to be such a good match. Like, I first want to finish this therapy with him, like, try to get the most out of it. And like, if I ever need it, then I'm gonna like get it done later on and like get help there. Also for some people, it's just like to not feel crazy. Like for some people, it's important to just know. Um, so it really depends on the person. Like there's like so many different reasons. And like for ADHD, of course, there's like also medication involved, right? Like for autism, there's not really like medication. Like maybe for some symptoms, but like I haven't really heard of any. But for ADHD, there's like medication you can get, and then you need to have the diagnosis, otherwise you don't get the medication. Hi, Pixelated. Welcome, welcome. Trauma dump something if you want to. Like you trauma dump something, or are you asking me to trauma dump something? And for bipolar, you need to get mood stabilizers. Oh yeah, yeah. Then, for example, also with that, me. So we don't really like. So trauma dumping is something like it depends on like how you describe it, right? Um, but how I usually see trauma dumping is that you just dump your trauma on somebody, like disregarding their boundaries or if they're ready for it or whatever. Um, and this is just not something we really do here. Um, and like I just don't do because it's just harmful. Um, but what we do here is just like talk about our mental health and stuff like that. So yeah. How often do you upgrade your phone? I do it every 2 years. Never. I have this phone for I don't even know. Can you look this up somewhere? Can you see it in the settings or something? Mm. Like definitely more than 4 years already. But yeah, I don't really like I usually like I don't like just upgrade my phone. I usually only buy a new phone if I have to. So like if something is like not working anymore or like not um uh giving like the function I need or something. Um doesn't have. Yeah. In the info, you can see which year it's made. Where is where's that info? Go to settings. There's like apps on the bottom for like yeah, yeah. Mm. It's not that important anyways. But yeah, I think I maybe have it like 6 years or something. And hi Caesar salad. It's cute of you to say. Mm, since 35 years. Jeez. So how does life with MS look like, Alan? Are you a psychologist or therapist, or do you have vast knowledge about psychology? Because I want to ask a question regarding the subject. So I'm not like a clinical or licensed psychologist. I'm here. What is this camera doing? What the hell? I'm just gonna ignore this. Um, I'm coming here from like a sort of like peer support perspective or like lived experience. You sometimes there's like many different like words for this. Um, but essentially like a is this by the way also going on for you guys? That the camera is like flickering and like showing sometimes different things, or is this only on my end? Because then it could just be like Streamlabs. Yeah, you guys see that too. Okay. I think the cat actually broke my cable, bro. I hope it just broke the cable and not actually like because the cable was like plugged in, so it could also break the adapter. Um. So yeah, this is just a peer support stream, and I read a bunch about psychology. So I might like be able to like answer those questions or give you like good resources of like the articles and books I read, like if you want to like learn more about topics. But I'll also just like tell you if I don't know about this. So you can always just like ask and ask away. Um, but yeah, I did like some certificates on psychology related topics like stress management, counseling, and suicide prevention, and also like a suicide awareness training. And I read a bunch of like psychology books and still read a bunch of psychology books. Have you ever fallen into maladaptive daydreaming? I guess as a kid, I definitely also had maladaptive daydreaming just because like my situation at home was like, you know, not good. So I definitely like also had this like dissociative um escapism as my like main coping strategy. Um and yeah, I think it ended like it's still like sometimes I can fall into daydreaming, but it's like nowadays it's like so much easier to just like notice and then like ground yourself again, be in the moment. And it's just like every time you like don't daydream, it's of course like easier and easier to like take a step back from this again. I don't know, then I'm too poor for an iPhone. Yeah, I get it. I got this one used actually. It was like one of those, I don't know, like sometimes you like it was so weird. Like I thought it's like low key like a scam, but I got the phone, so like I don't really care. Um, I got this off of eBay for like I don't like it was still hella expensive, don't get me wrong. And I would not get an iPhone anymore. So don't waste your money on it. Um like I really like the Xiaomi. I had like a Xiaomi before and it's still like some of the like best pictures I have are done with that one instead of the iPhone. Even though like the quality on the iPhone like the pixel quality is better, but you know, only worth so much. I don't like the colors that much of the iPhone. I'm procrastinating launching it because I've put so much writing on this. And I'd have to risk some more to launch it. Hmm. I get what you mean, bootlegger. I mean, maybe you can just help to like ease this anxiety a bit for like making like a just working some more on the plan to launching it and how to launch it right. Just like to prepare some more for like the edge cases. And like I don't know, like I feel like sometimes when we just like do something, um it like helps to get over this like anxiety which is like holding us back from like doing the big step. And at the same time you're going to gain more trust in your plan as well. So it's sort of like by doing something you like release some of that like anxiety, and then by like making your plan better it's also easier to believe that it's going to work. What? Your cat just chewed through an HDMI cable the other day. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And live life like a normal, healthy life. But you're struggling to climb the stairs sometimes, and walking can be difficult. I get it. So at least it's not like too big of an influence, but of course, like, definitely annoying. Keep the kitty out of the stream room. I can't. Like, I'm not. Like, just keeping the door closed the entire time? Oh, hell no. I just associated 90% of the time. Now it's like 20% of the time. Yeah. And just like the less you do it, the least, like, the less of like a impulse it becomes as well, I think. Or at least that what it was for me. Hi, Kyle. Thank you. I like them too. Actually, oh my god, that was so funny. I was at like a board game convention in Germany. It's called Spiel. And we were like sort of we were like going outside and we were waiting for like a friend to like get their jacket still. And then like some person like came like next to us to and just because we were at sort of like a table thing or something, like not how do you say that? I don't know, like whatever. For the purposes a table, you know. And the person got their like put their like backpack on this and just like rearranged some things to then like pick up and leave again. And they just had the same glasses like I did. And I just looked at them and was like, "Oh my god, you have the same glasses like I do." And they were like, "Oh my god, yeah, true." I don't know. That was so funny. They were also like in shock, I think, that I talked to them, but but to me it was just so funny. Mm. I escaped like all the time, like from starting of the day to when I fell asleep. Either I daydream or online, and sometimes I've both daydream while on internet. Hmm. Maybe you can try and use some of that time to like work on a plan to get the life you want instead. I don't pay more than 300 euros for a phone. Yeah, and I think that's also like super fair. Like I'm not, you know, like I was back then I did like the cosplay shoots and stuff, and I was like I'm not really like advanced with like a camera and stuff, but I just want like a better phone camera, and then it's like, you know, gonna be fine. So I just feel like okay, I'm gonna get like a better phone, and then that's I'm gonna like do it, you know. But I low key hate that I got an iPhone. Like I low key regret it. Like I was hating on Apple the entire time beforehand, and then I just felt like, you know, like you cannot like hate on something if you've never had it. Um, but I regret having like I also like when I got it, I hated it so much in the beginning that I actually changed back to my old phone and gave this one like to my boyfriend. Um, but yeah, it's just I don't know. At a certain point, my old phone just got too old. Related to mental health and law, I mean, you can certainly try. I mean, if anything, I know most about like the Dutch system, so I don't know how that's going to transfer, but like, you know, try. We'll see. No, this was for your birthday party. They're not in a mood to come. Like all of them or like one of them? All of them? But just like why? Like are they sick or something or like what is this like not in a mood? Yeah, I get it. Hmm. Do you think they maybe didn't understand how much it means to you? Hmm. I get it. I'm sorry for you, Asta. Hmm. I think, maybe like from what you told about your friends, like it's wasn't like a really, like at least from your perspective, not a really great relationship anyhow. So it might be better to be open for like for new friendships and see if there's like something better you can find, or there's maybe a pattern which you still have to change. But like finding out about it through just, trial and error with new people, seeing if it's returns. Yeah. I'm sorry for you, Asta. Is there something else you can do for your birthday today? Something you would be excited about? No, Asta. Not every birthday is gonna be like that. I know this sucks right now, but it's not the end of the world. There's gonna be good birthdays still. Don't worry about it. Have faith. But is there something else you can do for your birthday today? Like maybe there's your food you really love? Maybe even a restaurant or something? Like something you can, like treat yourself to, which would be like something special. Just curious, what would you do or react if you were in their position? In which position do you specifically mean, by the way? You're now manually braving. In the position of A-Star or A-Star's friends or something different? Last time you gave me a website link, I visited that website. I did not call, but I'm very surprised to find out there's yeah, right? Like even in India, like the support is getting more and more. So I hope that gave you like a little bit of hope to see that there's other people who believe in like a better and more open future. Maybe you can work on like, getting the courage and working up the courage to actually call them. I think they could maybe help you like amazingly and just help you to get out of that toxic home living situation if you give them a chance. Hmm. Asta was baking a cake actually today already. Maybe you can go like to a nice place outside or something with the cake. Like that you don't like sit alone at home, but that you're just like in a park or something. Or And then eyes check. Oh. Everybody close their eyes for a second if they've been looking at your screen for a while. Because this is really straining for the eyes. Or look outside, something like somewhere far away. That's like relaxing the eyes as well. Ooh. Yeah. That seems like a good plan, Ellen. I hope it's gonna work out. You made free cakes? How many friends did you invite, Asta? They started drilling again. How many friends did you invite, Asta? 9. And all of them said they wouldn't come anymore. I feel like it's. I mean, I of course don't know your friends, right? I don't know the situation, but what I do know is that sometimes we can be so sure that we told them specifically that it's so important to us. And in the end, we find out that the other person still didn't understand it. So I don't know. I just wonder if this is maybe one of those situations where maybe it was just really, really unlucky miscommunication. And I believe you that you think you've been super, super clear about this and how important it is. But I just, but maybe they just still didn't understand it, you know? Because I don't know, I just don't want to believe that They would be like so mean to just leave you with these free pies alone. Jeez. And I think before. Oh, yeah. Man, that is so harsh. I think then, then it's probably for the best this is ending. Because no matter, like, even if in that edge case where this was a miscommunication, maybe it just doesn't, maybe the communication just doesn't work between you all. We thought actually we already got to the 3,000 follower mark. This is so confusing. Like, we had the like 3,000 follower mark, like, I don't know, like 1.5 hours before already or something. Nice try, Halim. I appreciate you, Peaches. And welcome to the stream as well. How are you doing? Is there Ellen, what did you do on your birthday if like nobody wanted to come and celebrate? Maybe you have an idea how like, you know, how Esther can still make his birthday a success. What I'm thinking is, what about like if you're thinking about like bringing these cakes to the homeless shelter, what about going to the homeless shelter, bringing these cakes, and then just like eating cake with all of them together? You know, your doggo. I'm really glad you have your dog, Esther. I really am. And hi, Ash. Welcome, welcome. You're not doing too well, Peaches? Hmm. What's going on for you today? That's true. How would you feel about that idea, Esther? About like bringing your cakes to the homeless shelter like you wanted to, but then like staying there and like eating cake with all of the people there? So hard to find real friends. Yeah, I think it can be really difficult. Also because it just takes time and it takes the communication skills to be able to talk through when shit goes wrong, to be able to reconnect after feeling's been hurt. Oh, I'm sorry for you, Peaches. I get that feeling. Like, I really get that feeling. Like the past few days been like a emotional roller coaster. It's been like a. The people above me are drilling again. Give me a second. It's. I had like a really um bad conversation with a friend, and I actually don't really know how that's going forward, or if it's going forward. At the moment, it looks like we are the place where we both draw our lines, and there's no, you know, doesn't seem like there is space at the moment to reconnect. And I guess we'll find out over the next few days if that's going to be the case or not. Like, if it's going to change. And I don't know, as part of that like really bad conversation, I was like some of my childhood trauma was triggered and I got a panic attack. And then later on when we tried to talk it out, I got a second panic attack. So, not as successful as I hoped. And I don't know, I didn't have such a conversation since so long. Like, I didn't feel like this for so long. And it's a weird situation to be in this place where you're not entirely sure where to put your boundary. Because it's one of those topics where, because of my experience, because I grew up in like an emotional abusive gaslighting household, it's like a really ambivalent point where sometimes I forgive too easy and sometimes I don't forgive at all. So, and there's so much where I feel like my head knows, but my feelings are so confused. And it just takes time to process those feelings. Even though logically I don't want to take time for it. Like I want to be done with it. But it just takes time. No matter how hard I think about it, no matter no matter how many solutions I come up with. This like emotional side will just take time. And that's really annoying. Because I would like to just figure it out now. Know what to do, know what to decide, know how the future is gonna go, how it's gonna go forward, what I do if and when, and all of that. But I just can't make those decisions yet. Or like they wouldn't be good decisions. And I don't know, that's just so it'd be so confusing. And can be so hard to like be logically like sort of out of this situation already, but like not emotionally wise. And like logically know that it was not okay. And emotionally just still take it too hard as if it matters. And that's I think the most annoying part. Like you can know that this opinion is not something you should take to heart in that moment because it was only meant to hurt. But it just doesn't matter. Like you still do. Kind of annoying. But I guess that's life. I guess that's being human or something. But yeah. So that's sort of what I'm going for right now. So can definitely relate, Peaches. It's just it's annoying that you just can't skip through it. Have to, give your body time to like process all of these emotions. Not sure if that's allowed. I mean, maybe you could eat at least um with the working people of the uh homeless center. Or just, like just tell them the story and ask them. Maybe they're just gonna uh make an exception. Communication skills must come from both sides. These days people are very close. Yeah, I think communication can be quite hard. Especially if it turns emotional. Um, I think one of the most important things I think in communication is that you just sorry. I like broke my fingernail off and now I need to cut it. Okay. Um I think what I struggle most with, I guess, in communication, or what I think is like the hardest at the moment, with communicating with people, is actually this like black and white thinking. I think so often people are so sure that they completely understand the situation and completely understand how you think and completely understand how you meant something and completely understand um how problematic or not Jesus Christ, I take them out and they instantly start again. What is this timing? Oh, Uh, but there's so much certainty. Like everybody feels so sure of themselves. Like, and you see this, like, this is not like a thing where like, oh, it's just the people. This is a thing which is literally like being mirrored to us from like politics at the moment. Like we all learn this from politics at the moment. It's like it's so black and white. Like you're either against it or you're full for it, and there's so little gray space where you can just talk about stuff and can just be like, hey, like I worry about this. How do we fix it? And I think that makes it hard to actually be able to have a conversation because if you don't agree with each other, you instantly disagree. And this disagreement is very, like, it's hard to coexist. Like, it's so hard to have these different opinions coexist. And especially if a person like doesn't believe that these opinions can coexist because they're like, no, one is right, one is wrong, period. It's just, bro, like life is not that easy in so many situations. And in other situations, we have a completely clear cut part because it's just, but we're discussing about like like this is how my mom explained it. And I think it's a great analogy. She was like, sometimes, it's, I got so caught in discussing the like after the comma, like if you talk about like a bigger number, like after the comma, like the decimals, that I just couldn't see that before the comma is a completely different number we're talking about. But I was discussing this decimal point even though we're talking minus or plus, you know? And because of that, like completely missing the point essentially with that person in that conversation. Because even if that is figured out, it's still not gonna like it's still plus and minus. Like it's so far away, like the decimals is not gonna change it. So the decimals is nothing you need to discuss about. Like you need to discuss about how you're gonna fix this like big gap between minus and plus. Oh, I'm really glad for that, Asda. Oh, I think actually I also didn't tell you happy birthday yet, no. I think I just like we just straight up got to the point and then it was like all about your friends and everything that we just completely missed that part. So also from me, happy birthday. I hope you're still gonna find a way to have a beautiful birthday today. I hope you don't let this ruin it. And I think maybe maybe this birthday matters even more because it's chapter closed, new chapter starting, you know? Maybe you can see it in that sort of more positive perspective. I get what you mean, Asmakar. It's like it's just hard right now, I think. Like especially with all of these like negative news coming out about like this uh about like SA and everything, it's there's so many sexist news that like people are scared, like especially like between like men and women. It's like so hard to bridge that gap because women just feel so on edge and so scared because of all of these news, like, oh, everybody could be a predator, you know, and like it's like then on top of that, like politics and everybody being like so black and white, and it's hard. It's hard at the moment. But there's still people out there where you can make it work. It's just a bit harder to find them maybe at the moment. The purple twitches. Highly contagious. I think it's not a bad joke. Like, I don't know. It's like, of course, like on one hand, it's like, oh, you know, but like stay careful with that because we don't want to like get sucked into like social media hole and like completely isolate ourselves because that's going to be worse for our mental health. But on the other hand, I completely also get it how you can mean it as a joke. My definition of a friend, I think Loki like a friend, just a person you like and they like you and y'all do stuff together, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just two people who like I think actually like I'm gonna put one like extra on this since Ellen's message. Yeah, like two people who care about each other. Like who care to get to know each other and care about each other. I like the Dr. Opel most about the joke actually. There's 40 rings today? No. I was already late, so I just didn't didn't think about all that. And Primo, how you doing? And see you soon, Ellen. See you next time. Do you ever draw, color, or use art to help with your mood? Definitely I do. Yes, yes. I mean, the whole like I don't know, like I have like this whole like shop right where like everything there is like art low-key, so yeah. I'm definitely really creative and I use that a lot as just like as a hobby. I do that a lot as a hobby. Welcome back, Lady Rhinoc. You're finally free from work, Zeppy? Let's go. If I add and DM you on Discord. Um so there's one thing, right? I just I can't answer to all DMs. I do have to say that. Like it's like if it's just a quick question or something, don't worry about it. DM me, whatever, right? But I just want to set the expectation here. If you want like mental health support from me in my DMs, if everybody is doing this, I don't have any free time anymore, right? Like so I'm just so usually I prefer to like keep my DMs like sort of clean because I don't want it to like overflow to this like, oh, now that I have you here already, actually give me mental health support right now because it's like I have to stream like twice a week. I prepare otherwise and I need to have like some like I can't say no very poorly in these situations because a person asks for help, bro. Like who says no, you know? Um, but it's just I need to have free time on the sides, as well, right? Otherwise, I just go insane. So just to put the expectation there. For me, the definition of a friend, the person you can count on no matter what. Yeah. Welcome back, Indy. Totally understand. I usually just do DMs to check in to see how the person's week's been. Okay, then I just to set the expectation there, I'm a really bad texter. I don't really do that. Like I don't even post on Instagram. It's just, you know, like I already like leave my friends on read sometimes because I'm like so busy doing things. Like I'm a really like IRL person. Like this is why the easiest friendships for me are the friendships where like this is also why stream works so well for me. Are the friendships where you just show up every week and like we don't have to text, oh, which day is good. Like I don't have to make any decisions about it. You just show up every week. Some weeks are gonna be good, some weeks are gonna be like low energy, you know, it doesn't matter. But you just show up every week, we meet each other, we talk to each other, and you know, like there's no I have to optimize my schedule. I have to choose what's better, what's worse. I have to like you know what I mean? And this is also why like stream works so well because it's just like we show up every time and we have a time where we like get to know each other, talk to each other, and then the rest of the time I just like plan whatever I want to do. And yeah, like in the moment I don't have to plan essentially, but I can just like go with the flow. That's it. Lady Reinhardt, I can be a flirt sometimes. I love it. Uh, By the way, like, do we do we still want to ban that person or no? By the way, I don't know. Like, I think they got the message, so I don't think we have to do anything. Lol, and you live in a country that schedules everything. I know. It's also kind of hard to find friends like that. Like we have two friends now where we have this um this scheduling with. So we have our friends like the couple from Zach's work, which like they're a bit like they're definitely older than us. But it works. I don't know. Like I don't know why, but it works for us. Like I can't explain. It works. Um and we just meet like every so at the beginning we started meeting every Thursday for D&D and now we meet every Friday for D&D. And sometimes we just do like board games instead of D&D. And every time we meet, we make food first or like order or like or cook whatever and like sometimes they cook or sometimes we cook, sometimes we cook together. Like there's always going to be like some type of food on the table. Sometimes we just get like you know like uh uh how's it called? Fuck. As if I don't remember that. Like I don't know, whatever. Different example. Deep fried pizza. Deep fried. Man, Digga. Frozen pizza. Um, and make that. So sometimes when like really low energy as well. Or borrelhapjes, exactly. Or sometimes it's like high energy. But we just meet every Friday if it works out somehow. And like whenever like if we have to text, then it's like, hey, we can't this week, we're sick. Hey, we can't this week, we're like visiting family in like somewhere, you know? So it's like you only text if you have to call it off, but otherwise it's always on. And we always try, like, we're both sort of like similarly committed that, like, of course, like, if we're gone somewhere, like, we're gonna call it off, or if we're sick. But apart from that, we always show up. Like, we're just always there and doing something. And that's just so important. I don't know, that it works like a charm for me, I think. Because if I would have to like text every week and like text and discuss like which day would be best, which time would be best, what do we want to do or whatever, like this would cost too much energy. Okay. And Nagadim, 50 stream streak. Let's go. Is that more than Fluffy, by the way? Oh, wait. I think Fluffy actually lost his stream streak at some point. Does Nagadim have like the longest stream streak right now? No, I appreciate that, Peaches, you know? Like you're looking out for me. I see that. I appreciate that. I think it's important to like speak up for other people. Because like sometimes like it's just like, you know, like I'm like way higher up in chat. So like sometimes like until I get there, the people like the person is already like saying like way other stuff. And honestly, sometimes also what the streamer says doesn't really matter. It's like low key. Like, I don't know why, but sometimes it's just it feels like chat respects chat more than what I say, because if I say it, then like, ah, stupid woman or whatever. But it if a different chatter is saying it, then they're like, oh, okay, sorry. So I don't know. Just sometimes this, sometimes that. So I just appreciate you like trying to look out for me too. I saw for a friend recently because she was a bad texter. I noticed she was responding whenever she needed a favor and difficult to communicate with otherwise. Oh, that's sad. Yeah. I see what you mean. No, definitely. It should be like both ways. The Netherlands is famous for scheduling up to next year. Bro, they are. It's so difficult, actually. I scheduled my birthday 3 months in advance. And so many people actually canceled with like, oh, I have something on that weekend already. Where it's like, bro, it's free. It's not, it's the next year. it's Are you kidding me? It's November and my birthday is end of January and you're canceling on me because you have something on that weekend. Are you serious? It's like it just seems so insane to me. I don't know. This is really like, yeah, this is the Netherlands for real. Thank you for the 50 stream streak. Definitely Nagadim. We love to see it. Oh, that's so sweet of you to say. I love that. You're valuable, you're loved, and no matter what, you matter. And hopefully see you next stream, Peaches. By the way, just one thing, Peaches. You told me you followed me, and I don't see it here. So I'm not gonna, you know, like if you didn't want to, that's of course not completely fine. If you change your mind, it's completely fine. I'm just gonna point that out. Like if you want those notifications, I don't know if something went wrong there. Like maybe it's just like Streamlabs being weird, but just, you know, before you leave and then are like, oh fuck, what? Now you know. Work on one specific work is so hard because either when I work on one thing, my brain is like, what about this 20 other work. Another time I just got distracted. While walking. It's Streamlabs? Ah, okay. But then, see you in the next stream. It was a pleasure with you. Really glad you found the stream. Ah, nice. Already found the Discord link as well. It's like so relaxing with this, like working on one thing is like so hard sometimes. Because if I only have one thing, like my brain is thinking about like so many other things and like you can't like concentrate or distracted. The only like wisdom I have around that is like from my mom, and my mom is like she's like super busy. She's working so much. And how she keeps motivated because she's like she's insane. I don't know. Like I think she's a different human. I don't know if it's healthy. We're gonna find out, I guess. Um, but uh, the way she keeps being motivated and actually like be able to do it and like not burn out is that she has like multiple projects going on at the same time, and she schedules them kind of like spontaneously, let's say. So like not in terms of like, oh, like if she has to go to a client or whatever, of course like that's hard in the calendar. But if like whatever work she does like on her PC, it's a thing where like she essentially like wakes up and it's like, okay, how do I feel like today? Like, do I feel like this type of work, that type of work, or that type of work? Like, and then just goes with the thing she feels most like, because her efficiency that way is going to be highest. And I mean, to a certain degree, it definitely works because she's crazy efficient. Um, so I don't know. Like that's the only wisdom I have in that regard. And I think it's like it doesn't seem too wrong, you know. You want to talk about something, Lady Reinhardt? How's everybody feeling? Like, do we like, are you guys okay to go to into a spotlight, or are there like some questions left? Mm. Oh, that's crazy. What are you working as, bootlegger? What? Goodness. A spotlight is essentially that we're like gonna like Lady Reinhardt is gonna tell us something, and I'm gonna like focus on Lady Reinhardt and just like probably like not read much other chat, but just like really focus and like we're gonna go like in depth. Yeah. I'm scared. I feel like you don't care. Enlighten me, my dear. Why am I still here? Welcome, Dees, to the stream for your first time. Um, if you have an actual question there, um, I think you need to make it more specific. Posted a picture show I follow. Oh no, this was not. Oh my god, you didn't need to have to do that. I appreciate it, of course, but I didn't mean to put you in that place where you have to like make, like show that or something. I just wanted to make sure your uh everything worked out the way you wanted. I've given a thought to what you said, and I have concluded if I really think I have no chance, then I should not hold onto that little. Just give up and be more focused on my life. It's just kind of hard. I will try my best. No, the thing is, if it's hard though, you still have hope, and I think it's nicer to like chase that hope, you know? Like give it a shot, like be rejected or be not rejected, and then your hope actually worked out. You know, Zappy? Like it's like this is the thing I like sort of try to point out back then. It's like if you can't let go of something, like there's gonna be like there's like I think at least from my perspective, there's always or like from my experience, there's been like a reason why I hold on to it, like some sort of inner conflict. And I think confronting that conflict is really useful. And that can either mean to like really think through why you don't think you should hold on to it and like then yeah, essentially like be like no, like this is not even something I want, whatever. And like really go in depth about like why this hope doesn't make sense or whatever. Um but if you do believe in that hope, then I think, like give it a shot. Like make a plan, give it a shot, and um then you can still like if you're gonna be rejected by her, like then it's probably gonna be easier easier to let go of the hope. Mm, I see bootlegger. Hi, Musa Steven, welcome, welcome. Okay. Then Lady Ryanog, let's go. What do you want to talk about? Spill the tea, girl. I feel so awkward saying something. Like I sometimes I wish I'd be like one of those persons who like, spill the tea, girl. But I'm just not. I'm just not. You made me delete my sentence. What? No. Hmm. I'm sorry for you, uncultured. The thing is, though, we're like just now starting into a spotlight with Lady Rhynog, so gonna focus on Lady Rhynog now and what she has to say or what she wants to talk about. So we can hopefully talk with you after that. Lady Rhynog is typing right now. So while she's typing, let's stretch, guys. It's important to stretch. Gonna run on the toilet real quick. Hmm. What happened to the possibility to move to what was it, Canada, Lady Reinhardt? Yes. Nothing done still. You have an idea why it's so bad at the moment right now? Did you hear my question, Lady Reinhardt? Okay. I don't know, but my friends and I have been making pictures of ourselves, and it's been both painful and affirming for me. Hmm. So it's sort of like, I guess, put it like right in front of you how that life could look like, and maybe also a bit of the hopelessness of that it's far away, maybe too far. Hmm. I don't know if this is something where I sadly like, well, I sadly don't have the trans experience, right? So like relating is a thing where I try my best. So um please tell me if something is like ever going like in the wrong direction or whatever. What I just know from different things I've been going through is that sometimes it's easier to deal with something if if you can do like you have you ever heard about like meaning making? Like it's sort of a like common process to like also deal with trauma and something like this. And I feel like maybe there is, and again, like I don't have like a, I'm not like particularly, um qualified in that regard, but I wonder if it's would also apply to the experience of being a trans girl and dealing with this like sort of like trauma of like not being born in your right body, um with this meaning making approach of like maybe there's some narrative you can find more peace with it. And maybe even you can get to a point where you see it as something special or like a superpower about yourself. Because in the end of the day, like we can't like choose where we start our lives, right? Like we can't choose if we're boy or girl or if we're rich or poor or none of that. But maybe you can see some value in what you started with, even though it's not what you want in the end. I think that's a really, really cute way of thinking about it. And hey, Ritu, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean, if you want to think about it in a like more spiritual way, maybe there is, there's some knowledge you can learn, and then there's some knowledge you have to live, like you have to experience to know it, to learn it. Maybe there's some knowledge for which starting in the wrong body is necessary. Like maybe there's some experience which can be worth such like I don't know. Like I don't want to go to the direction of like shitty things like are like important to make us strong or whatever. But just like if you if you engage in this like meaning making stuff, it's like you essentially try to find a narrative where it's like more acceptable for yourself, right? And maybe there's a narrative and whi- which could give you that relief. And maybe that narrative could look like that there's some knowledge that you have now, which a person who born as a girl like a woman born as a girl, like who also identifies as a girl, um, wouldn't have and will not have. And I think to a certain degree, what I can definitely say is that something which I see, which I think is inspiring actually about trans women, oftentimes, is that they really enjoy being a woman. Because I oftentimes see it actually as something like really annoying because of sexism, right? Like everything you go through, like you're always like the target or like victim, like you have to take care so often, and it's so stupid. It's like people assume you don't know anything about like software and stuff. It's like there's so many disadvantages, and there's so much pressure to look pretty and all of that. And then people come around and tell you that like your weight is supposed to be 50 kilograms, which is like in no way, shape, or form reasonable because of their like Instagram bro science or whatever. Like there's so much bullshit you have to put up with. And so often I can't enjoy being a woman. And what I think is inspiring about trans women content creators, it's just they usually actually really like it. And they have like so many different like they show so many different pictures of women as well, like really strong women or really like full makeup and like always like stilettos and all of that. Oh, ads. Oh, fuck. Let me read the rest of the chat. Welcome, Navandro. Yes, we were a little bit we're a little bit late because we had no internet. I don't know why, but for whatever reason internet was gone. And then we had to fix it, and because of that I was like half an hour late. And how are you doing, Rito? And how are you doing, Falans? We're like at the moment we're focusing on Lady Reinag. Uh, uh then afterwards we're going back to the general discussion. Okay, welcome back. So what I really think is inspiring about these like trans women like content creators is they usually like really enjoy being a woman, and they have so many different perspectives of a woman. Like there's sometimes like this really strong woman, and then there's this woman who's like really just like super, like full makeup, perfect hair, perfect fashion, like stilettos, and like like just looking like a piece of art essentially. And I don't know, because I feel like it's because they had to, like, they fought for this, that it's like they will not, like, no matter the sexism they are facing, no matter all of that, they will still enjoy being a woman. And this is something which I think is really inspiring, actually. Especially as a person who, like, learned to, like, hate being a woman because it's like there's like so much judgment and expectations and everything and danger. And then you see these people just like free willingly choosing to be a woman and then just enjoy it to the fullest. And it just gives you a hope that and inspires you to, like you can enjoy it as well. And you don't have to be scared about that. and be scared about their judgment. And I don't know, like maybe there's something like this, even if it's not this, just like something, some narrative where you can find some like faith in that meaning and find some meaning in the suffering you went through, which makes it easier to accept it. While at the same time, of course, like working towards, for example, moving to Canada or like working towards like being able to be true to yourself. And yeah, again, like I don't know if like meaning making like applies to this situation or is a good way in that situation. I just know it's like being used often to deal with traumas, to just, yeah, to be able to accept what happened to you and focus on the future instead. And I feel like, I don't know, like being born in the wrong body seems like it qualifies, you know. Idealize girlhood because I don't feel like a real girl, but when I look at AI images or anime, this feels right. I think those are two different things, actually. I think girlhood is the whole experience as a woman. Looking at an AI image is just the superficial look of a woman, right? And especially if you're trans and you're dealing with, it's like body dysphoria, right? Or wait, what is the difference between body dysmorphia and body dysphoria again? Let me look it up. Okay, body dysphoria is like essentially like trans people not being happy with their body. Like if you want to simplify it, body dysmorphia is like you're being unhappy about like being slim or fat or having like a weird chin, stuff like this. Like not tied to gender identity, and body dysphoria is tied to gender identity. Um, I think it's like both actually. Like I don't think it's just gender dysphoria. I think like the gender dysphoria is the thing which is like in the DSM-5, yeah, but I heard it like a lot actually as like body dysmorphia, dysphoria, sorry. Body dysphoria as well. So I think we're at the point where it's like it's just used and therefore exists. But yeah, I guess like the official term because it's in the DSM-5 is probably gender dysphoria. So, and I think like if you have a trans experience with like gender dysphoria, like it makes so much sense that like already like just having this like superficial um fix of like, hey, this would be you as a woman, is means so much, right? And then like, yeah, no matter if I'm gonna like suffer like like under sexism and all of that, like no matter all of that, like it's worth the price. Like it's worth it. Anyhow. So I think maybe both of these are true. You know, that people tell you like, hey, but like remember, like being a woman is not all good, you know? Like it's not just like ha ha ha, like vanilla flowers and rainbow farts, you know? Like it's like you have to deal with discrimination and all of that. But at the same time I also understand how like to a trans person is like I have to deal with discrimination. So- yeah. No, never heard of that one before. Yeah. um so I think maybe it's just sort of like a, like a that like when people are like listening to you like, oh, being like looking like a girl would fix everything for me. Maybe people are thinking like, but it's just like maybe you look like a girl then, but you're also like you're gonna have to deal with the discrimination, you're gonna deal with this and all of that. So that's maybe just what people mean in that moment. But I get it that like still like with gender dysphoria it can feel like so much better to just at least on your good days feel good, you know, instead of having no days where you feel good and worse. I definitely do have to say, like, as a girl, like, you don't look pretty every day, right? Like, especially like, and it's not unheard of that, like even for trans people, it's like they can run into this sort of like from gender dysphoria into body dysmorphia of like, oh, my nose still looks manly or my chin still looks manly, and in some cases, like, okay, they like so in some cases it's like okay this is more like gender dysphoria, but in some cases it's like going into direction of like the same how a girl would be like, oh, I look too manly for like society standards because there's very strict standards on like how a girl should look and how a girl look should really like girly. And once you break out of those, then there's going to be comments and there's just, yeah, like if you want everybody to like you and see you as a girl, you're not gonna get that. If you want to see yourself as a girl, that's definitely a possibility. But at that point where like in the moment where it's like dependent on the outer perspective, ooh, it's gonna be hard. Like I was being told I'm like manly or a man or a boy or sound like a boy, walk like a boy, whatever, like so often in my life. Sorry. There's so many cat hairs and they just always go into my nose and then uh just I can't. Chocolate and sugar belly matches stick out as much. Yes, and this is well, this is sadly also something which like, it's like I'm in this position where I want to lose weight to feel like a girl. Yep. So that's then actually like well with trans people it's like hard to explain, right? But I would personally put this in like it definitely like has like of course like more meaning for you if you don't feel like a girl probably than a girl who doesn't feel like a girl, but um I think it's like actually getting close to just body dysmorphia. And I don't know, there's sadly like so many people who are like super unhappy with their bodies and just don't think they're attractive or sexy or any of that because of it. This can turn quite dangerous, right? Because it can turn to like eating disorders and just like starving your body just to look a certain way to the outside. So I mean, I don't know. So then, like, which sort of pictures did you do with AI though? Like, did you do with AI a picture like, I don't know, like if I put my picture in AI? Because like AI would change me way too. So what I'm getting from this, I need to get off of TikTok. I'm have to. Low key, like if you on social media only follow like these like super hot looking girls influencers who like all like size zero, big titties, you know? Like that, and this is like the only attractive woman to you, then yeah, you need to get off TikTok and social media. Like this is learning to accept your body even though you don't look like a person who's being paid to look like this is going to be a skill you will have to learn no matter what. Like you no matter what you get like the hormone treatment and anything, like you can still be fat, you know? Like it's just, and like even like for example, like if you turn old, you know, like you get wrinkles and stuff like this. Or like also like being hairy. Like my leg hairs are like super dark. Like exposing myself here. Like I'm sorry, I'm not like the, you know, not the influencer who's like being paid to look a certain way. Um and it's honestly like it's super annoying. And I don't really like I don't really want to shave them the entire time, but yeah, I don't feel sexy if I don't shave them, and that's kind of stupid. I do like I got better with it, and Zach actually doesn't mind at all. For Zach, it's like not even important. It's so stupid, right? Like for my husband, it doesn't even matter. But I'm the person who cares about it just because of like social media and like how we're socialized. Like that's stupid. And it's the yeah, that's like the personal development we have to do of like learning to accept ourselves in a world where people profit off selling us new things. New medicine you can get slimmer with, new pills to, I don't know, like take up the fat in your food, new foods with like less fat, less sugar, or different sugar, extra healthy pasta, which is not healthier but just less carbohydrates and all of that, you know? Is it carbohydrates? Kohlenhydrate? That's actually Loki. I have to do agree with Indy. That's true. Bigger titties make will make the rest look smaller. Um, but at the same time, right? It's not gonna like this can be like a fixer upper for like a day where you struggle, you know. But it's not gonna this wanting to look perfect and wanting to look like you conform with like what society expects to you and looking attractive to other people and like looking a way where other people have to judge it as good is not gonna work in our society. Our society is hardcore like judgmental and like with so much comparison and stuff. So there's also the learned thing growing up as a boy that my worth is what I bring money wise. So sometimes I feel like I'm useless as a boy too. Yeah, I get it. It's like I think this is honestly like, you know, like you're going like this is one of the problems I think like everybody has to go through, but you're going through it on like hardcore mode, you know? It's one of the thing like the challenge is the same, but you just start with less resources and therefore just like harder. So if I was a girl, I could just go on Instagram, TikTok. I know this sounds like mean, but I don't that way. No, if you were a girl, you also just couldn't go on Instagram and TikTok. Like I had body dysmorphia and thought like, oh, I'm too fat, my arms are too like wide because I don't know, just like gene pool, like my arms are pretty wide. Like my chin is like not like nice and like slim and cut and whatever. And I can't fix this, by the way. I literally can't. Like the thing is, for like a nice chin, you essentially need to like have this part be further back, and it's not. It's not for me. It's just not. You know, like there's nothing I can do about it. It's not. And like the part here, it's just like because you don't have that angle here, like the angle from here to here, it's not gonna be like negative, you know, because there's not enough space, like there's not enough distance. Like my nose is not like really slim or whatever. Like my eyes are not really big. My hair is not perfect. My ears are looking like kind of weird. I don't know. I like more problems with this. It looks good. Your chin cheek. You're thinking too much. There's not like. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm at a better space now. But I'm just saying, like I had like a lot of problems with my body and accepting my body as it is as well. And it's a thing where, for me to be able to actually get off of that, I started wearing less makeup. I started not using any filters. I started being way less. Like I'm talking on most days, 0 minutes on Instagram and TikTok. And unfollowing all of those just for prettiness influencer, like no actual like content, just prettiness, you know? And started following influencers who don't edit their pictures, who just, you know, real. And it gets better, but it takes time because it's just it's your image of the world which is changing if you look the entire time at like, oh, this AI girl, this AI girl, this AI girl, or this filtered girl, or this girl which is being paid to look like this. Her entire day is essentially to look like this. And I'm now comparing myself to her. Like, that's stupid. You know? So it's sadly like just yeah, like for women, like nobody can win. Like the the judgment on like female bodies is like crazy hardcore. Welcome, Luna. Thank you for 7 stream streak. No. It's like there's like have you looked at the comments of literal models or like these like super like pretty influencers who are being paid to look pretty? Like the comments are literally like you can't win. You just can't win. There's like people always gonna hate you. Like it doesn't matter because they don't hate you, they just hate. Like there's people on social media, like the community on social media is different to real life people. This is why living more time in your real life instead of social media is so good. Because the community is different. There's way more haters on social media than in real life. And I don't know, like there's this literal like angel of a woman who's like been told like she's a man and stuff because she's too skinny and like doesn't have like big titties and like a very pronounced like chin and stuff. Like she isn't even like super muscular or whatever. No. So, like, even if you grew up as a girl, you would have to some period of body dysmorphia probably because literally, like, bro, I have, I don't know a girl who didn't struggle with body dysmorphia. I don't know it. Like, every girlfriend I ever had also struggled with body dysmorphia at some point in their life. And thankfully, at a certain point, you just notice you can't win and it's gonna be shit anyway. Uh, and then, well, hopefully, you just start to accept yourself and take distance from um, the part of society which is judging harshly and making up these super fake expectations. And hi, guy with anxiety, welcome on. You were hot and you thought you were a disgusting swamp monster? No. Man, you could have lived as hot. Well, you can now live as hot. This music is so nice in the background. Thank you. It's if you want to have the playlist, it's, let me get the link. I feel like I'm dragging people down now. No, I mean, so I'm not entirely sure what you mean with this statement. But like, don't worry about it. But this is, yeah, I'm just saying, like, this is sadly like, it's just part of like the sucky society we sort of built up, you know, with like a lot of comparison, like this hierarchy where like you have to be better and stuff like this, you know. And not all of that you can fix from like by like fitting better into it. Like there are so many boxes you will not check and will never check and wouldn't be happy ever checking them. And the thing we have to learn there is just to find our peace not checking those boxes, to find our peace being disliked. Because we don't need to be liked by all. And to understand that if we rely on being liked by others, that's not gonna be a good way. Thank you, Fluffy. See you in the next stream. Bye. But I mean, if you want to lose weight, you know, you can of course always do so and try. It's at least none of those things where it's like, oh, it's impossible. Like you can try it. You can see if it's gonna like fix it or not. And yeah. And if you notice like, okay, now I look slimmer, but actually like the next thing is popping up I wanna change about myself and I can't tolerate, then it's just this tolerance you have to train, you know? I mean, thankfully, at the end of the day, only one person on this planet needs to find you attractive. Well, two people, yourself and uh, your future girlfriend, husband. I don't know. Mm, it's not life sucks, suck it up. It's life is not perfect. And right now, this seems really like unsatisfying to you. But how satisfying life is a trainable like a trainable skill essentially. Like how happy you are on a daily basis is a thing you can train. How hard you judge your own body and how happy you are with your own body and how much you accept it is a thing you can train. So it's nothing where, like, no matter how you look, and even if you're the skinniest person ever, and like, we thankfully have like so many people who suffered through like the worst shit ever to like show us this is real and this works, right? Is by like, we know that no matter how you look, and even if you're the skinniest, you can still hate your own body. And even if you're fat, you can still love your own body and think you're the hottest shit ever, right? So it's a lot of this is about our perspective and about our, to a certain degree, like our tolerance, like what we can be happy with, what we're unhappy with, how much it bothers us if we're unhappy with something as well. When I was hot and thought I was ugly, I was size zero. Yeah. It's sadly like it doesn't, this is the like tricky part about like body dysmorphia. Like usually with body dysmorphia, the problem is not your body, right? The problem is that you're valid, like that you're looking for validation from the outside. And because there's no one consensus about what the perfect body is, and people hating don't hate because your body looks a certain way, but because they're hateful and you walked across their path, it's essentially nothing you can fix with changing your body. Like, you will still be the subject of hate if you're around hateful people, and you will still you will still hate your body if you just hate yourself, you know? Like, it's not, yeah. So it's like it's a shitty situation, I know. It's completely unsatisfying as well, I know. Because what we think also feels so real. Like it feels like it's an objective opinion, and of course everybody's thinking like that. And like, oh, like you're now just like saying like, oh, this doesn't have an impact on whatever. But I think it's sadly one of those things where like everybody is struggling to find themselves like pretty and sexy and enough and valuable and smart and capable and strong and confident. It's just something where like we build up a low-key shitty society where comparison is the way to go and having to compete with each other is the way to go. And then we literally made it a job to look pretty, we made it a job to look smart, we made it a job to, but it is all of them are different jobs, and now we have this comparison platform where all of these people provide their like data points, and you compare yourself to all of them at the same time. It just doesn't really make sense. I don't think it's completely external validation I want. It's like an internal alignment thing. This is the thing though. The external validation thing turns internal, right? This is exactly why my body dysmorphia wasn't gone when I had a boyfriend. Like just because I like this is what it like sort of starts with of like, oh, you have to be pretty, you have to blah 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 to find a boyfriend, otherwise you're gonna die alone. And it's like, but when I found a boyfriend, it didn't leave because it's not just based on an external validation. Because if you hear it so often, you internalize it. And this is also why it changes when we change these judgmental voices in our mind, which is one hand removing this external validation factor, but the other part is training ourselves to be kinder to ourselves, to like ourselves, to accept ourselves, and also to value ourselves on days where we look like not only to value our prettiness as it is, but also to value ourselves for other things, because prettiness is not all of it. You know what I mean? And wow, thank you so much for the gift sub to Billy and for your sub. Thank you so much for the support. You're part of making this stream possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it so much. And thank you. If honestly, like I mean, I love the topic, right? Like, if it wouldn't take like another 10 years to study all of this, I would become a therapist. Yes, but it just takes long. And I feel like people need help now. I don't know. What's even difference, even if we accepted it or not? Because this judgment is like, it starts with being external. Usually it starts in childhood. Because in childhood, we're more dependent on external validation because we're like independent beings, right? Like, we're gonna fucking die if we're alone. So because of that, like, we have this need to be liked by our parents, for example, and the people around us. Like, it's very like, it's like the essentially like the first survival mechanism we have, be lovable, right? Um, and then once we are sort of like through that stage, it's hard to let it go because then it's internalized. And the way how accepting it changes that is because well, not accepting that you internalized it, well, that's also something which needs to be accepted, but accepting that yourself and how that changes things is because it's not only about the accepting yourself, right? It's accepting yourself, and because of that, not relying on heavy makeup. Because of that, not like you can still like wear makeup sometimes, but like don't be like, I need that to look pretty and be valuable. And then like to not, for example, like rely on these filters and like only take, like, it's just a way of essentially like, you have to accept yourself because it's the starting point where like you trust that you yourself without anything are lovable. And because of that, you're going to do the sort of exposure therapy to be like, okay, I'm going to stop more and more to use filters. I'm going to remove myself from like being exposed to all of these high expectations who form a picture that only this is sexy and hot and attractive and lovable. Which is, by the way, like that expectation we're setting at the moment on social media is half AI and half full on edited. Like, it's unrealistic. Like, it's literally not real. Like, it's fake. It's fake. So what we're trying to do is set the bar to real people. Like, we want to follow people who don't edit their pictures and look real. We want to follow people who, or like we want to make pictures which are real, so without filters, for example. So it's essentially like going through the steps to like slowly have the tolerance to accept the reality of how you look like and how people look like. Like, go outside. Do people look like on Instagram? Like the girl you see at the bus stop? Your coworkers? Do they look like Instagram influencers? I don't think so. Maybe one of them. It's like so many people just look average, like completely average, or if you're like full on like influencer hype, probably even mediocre from that standpoint. But they're just as much lovable. and just as much like have like value and will find like a place in their life where they are accepted. Exactly. They all have husbands and wives and hobbies and friends. Yes. And hi, Walter. We're welcome. Hmm. Sometimes we can still change our teeth, even in adult age. It just takes some like bigger measures, I think. That's cute. Thank you for the follow. So coming back to the like main point, it's beauty is just so fragile. And because of that, if we value it more than other things, it's just going to be so hard. And I don't know, this is why I just like trained myself to essentially just accept less and be fine with less beauty, you know? Like be less on social media, don't have filters, like to not be the entire time like to not have this like, oh, this is how a perfect face looks like in my face the entire time. Because nowadays, what people say what a perfect face looks like, it's not even a human face. Like it's just having that as like, oh, this is the prettiness, like, yes, then you're far fucking off because this is a robot. But if you have like, like, I don't know, like one of my like recent like prettiest pictures, and I love it so much, is let me check. Is this one. This one is so pretty. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty. But if you look at it still, like this is not AI, right? Like it's not that insane. Oh hi. Yeah, okay. No, not anymore. You can come out, come. Yeah, finey. So it matters like how far we put away the goalpost. Like if we think it's like because there's always like it's gonna be so hard to actually like defeat this if you barf off of my no, buddy, please move back. I don't trust him. Like he made like really like this thing of like ugh, but like bro. Bro, this is so mean. He farted so bad. Oh my god. Wow. Bro. He came on my lap to absolutely let out the worst fart ever. I was so close to vomiting, bro. Oh my god. Oh, it still smells like this here. Whoa. Sorry. I was evacuated with a stink bomb. Jesus. That was crazy. I didn't know that cats could let out something like this. What the hell? Oh my god. Oh, the audacity. Jesus. Oh, that was so bad. That smelled so bad. Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you, Boltaber. Recent couple of days been a bit hard, but you know. So if what happened, that's not really evil. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like this is why I'm saying like the picture is amazing. Like I love it. It's one of my favorite pictures at the moment. But it's like this is like it's like real like you know like it's realistically pretty. It's not like freaking anime character or whatever, you know? And our brains don't like if we only see stuff like this, our brains don't understand that this is fake and we can't compare ourselves to this. Like our brains will look at it and be like, "Oh, she looks so pretty. I wish I would look like her." Like it's like so natural to go there, like in your mind. I'm just going in circles, so I feel like I don't want to take up more time. Hmm. Maybe, I think it's like sadly just like I would love to help more and like if you definitely like if you would have more time, like I would be super open to also go in depth more. Um but I think maybe the people in your trans group can just like relate more and have like better like a better way of describing it and articulating it and like have been through there and like know how to get out of there or something, and like have a better way to like reach you. So just, show up there, and you don't have to do much in the support group. Like maybe try to have like low expectations for you there. Just show up. It's like I can just say like I don't know. So sometimes I really don't feel like the stream because I'm like, oh, the week has been so exhausting and whatever. But then I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna show up and like see how it's going. Like, and if I don't like it, I'm just gonna end early. Every time I end up like streaming longer than I wanted to. So it's a thing where I don't know, like sometimes our brains are just like scared to do something, even though like in the end it turns out like really nice actually. So the motto I have is just try, you know. Just show up, try, and after like half an hour, if you still hate it, then you can still go. Just be like, oh, I'm sick. Hmm. Yeah. I think that's definitely also a part. So if there's something like we can do to like help you to feel a little bit like more feminine or something, then I'm glad to help, you know? Catch you guys later, Kazuto. We sadly like we're gonna go offline soon, so probably like later in like days. No. Hmm. I mean, you could still get like really like there's okay, I don't know like how easy they are to get, but I just know there's like also like for uh like sort of like pretty like underwear, like not just bra, but also like bottoms. Which like not only like also like for like trans women who like didn't, you know, snip snap yet. And I don't know, maybe that could be like nice too. To just feel a little bit more, yeah, like sexy. No, okay. Yep. I mean, you don't have to, you know. I'm just saying. You're welcome, Lady Rock. And if you want to talk about it next time, don't stray away from it, okay? Like I don't mind if we talk about it again because like today didn't really stick. I'm gonna try to find some things too, maybe that I have like some better resources next time as well. We're gonna see. You're gay and you only just realized recently? Oh damn. Okay. So, how do you feel? I can't imagine people like to wear like these. I don't know. Like I feel I started loving um what is it called? Really practical clothes, you know. I don't know. You feel like you missed out? Aw. But I mean, you can still experience like so many things now, no? Or is that not a possibility now anymore? Gonna open the door again. Were there like did you hear my question, Ars Music, by the way? Or like should I repeat it? Like were there ads or something? Just checking if we're waiting for nothing. Oh, Fun. Was it ready for a walk today? Mm, really nice. All of the plants right now are like so green. Like really, really green. Like they look so luscious and juicy, and I had like the most gamer moment outside because I was outside like in this like forest, right? And I was like, oh, everything looks so green and luscious and wow, so beautiful. And then I like the thought came to my mind of like, man, I wish this would be a biome in Minecraft. And then I was like, bro, you have to touch grass. Ooh, sitting in a gay cafe seems like a good idea. I mean, maybe you can go to the cafe and then, like, at the cafe put on some makeup or something. You know? Like, even if you, like, can't have it at home, like, the gay cafe should be, like, a safe space, maybe. Excellent. Nature walking really helps. Nature walking is amazing, yeah. Like, going for a walk is so good. Gamer touches grass? Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. Like, I should have made a picture, otherwise didn't happen, right? So I was initially still waiting for like Ars Music's chat on like um what's going on there and like to go a bit in depth about that. But I don't know, like I asked again and there's no response coming, so I'm not sure if there's gonna be a response coming. Like maybe they had to leave. This is why I love when people tell me if they have to leave. Because otherwise you just don't know if it's just like slow typing or they have to like go or something. But apart from that, I would love to wrap up the stream now. So if there's like, are there like any final questions about like what we talked or any like quick questions? Because otherwise, I would say like let's do stretching and all stars and belly breathing and then see each other in the next stream. How do you guys think about that? So more relaxing. All right. So if all of the questions are wrapped up, let's start with belly breathing now. The sun is in the right spot right now. I think, well, for me, it's already like behind clouds again. So it's like, thank you for the follow and welcome. Yeah, it's like just came in at the end of the stream. It's toxic masculinity. But we've been going on for like 4.5 hours. So we usually wrap up around this. Yeah, Avi gameplay. Welcome, welcome. What are your boundaries? How do you mean? It's like such a like broad question. Hmm. Okay, perfect. Relaxing. Let's keep that question for the next stream. Like, just try to remember it and ask me next time because I think it's like a bigger topic and I want to wrap up the stream now. I don't think the soap is dirty. I think the floor is dirty. So then let's start with belly breathing. So belly breathing is a perfect exercise to relax, calm down, de-stress, connect back with your body. It's really good also for anxiety attacks or panic attacks. And also for overthinking, like if you're just so in your head and you just don't really know what you feel or can't connect to your body. You do the exercise by, well, you can do it standing or sitting. I like to do it sitting. You put one hand on your belly, you put one hand on your chest. And essentially, what you're trying to do is breathe into your belly. So you don't try to move the hand on your chest. So you don't do like, you know, but you just have your chest stay in the same position and then push the hand on your belly like out to like breathe into your belly. And then you breathe in through your nose, you breathe out through your mouth. And what I like to do is like when I breathe out, I like sort of press my lips together a bit to create a bit of resistance to like breathe out slow and then all the way out. And if you want to do this to like make sure you're like relaxed afterwards, then you just count to 10 while doing these breaths. And every time your mind wanders, every time you can't remember the number anymore, whatever, you just start over again. And yeah, then let's start. What you can do, sort of at the end of this, you can do like a body scan. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it, I'll explain it. It's essentially something you can do to check in with your body, especially if this is kind of hard for you and if it's kind of hard to know what you feel or what you need. It's you take a moment while you're breathing still to focus on your feet. How do your feet feel? And after that, you focus on your legs, your knees, your upper legs. Like you just go from body part to body part. Just try to see how they feel. Like maybe you get the feeling like, oh, maybe I should stand up, walk around a bit, not sit anymore. Maybe you get the feeling like, oh, I should eat. Maybe you get the feeling, I've been suppressing to pee and I should go pee. Maybe you notice that when you get all the way up to your head and you're like, how, like, what do I smell actually? You're gonna be like, I need to air out my room, or I need to drink something. Oh, I want to talk with a friend. So just check in with body part after body part to see what you need, what your body needs, what would feel good now, what doesn't feel good anymore. Whatever information you have, it doesn't need to be perfect. And then see what you can do for yourself with that information. So, and then we stretch. Sitting for longer periods of times can be quite harmful. So stretching, really good to just get some mobility back. Don't worry about it, Zeppy. We're happy to explain. Damn, nice. I notice whenever I sit longer, I'm less mobile than before. Like if I'm in the gym, for example, and I've moved, I can usually like put like my hands around my toes if I have like legs straight, you know? And now I had to like split my legs like this distance or whatever to be able to touch the floor at all. Is it day in the Netherlands right now? No, it's night. No, it's definitely day. It's 17:24. So 17:24 is 5:24 p.m. If that's like, I don't know if you use like 24 hours or 12 hours. It's just crazy. Really good UV lamp, exactly. All right. So now to our favorite part. Let's do All Stars, party people. So, All Stars, I don't know if you all remember, but All Stars is just the moment in the stream, like the last moment of the stream, where we share our favorite moment of the stream. This can be of another person, this can be a specific message or like a specific topic, but just your favorite moment of the stream. It should be definitely a bit more specific than, oh, just the whole stream. Like it should be like a like something where you have like a memory in your mind, you know? And but yeah. mm, Very much needed in the Netherlands for real. So, I mean, my favorite moment, I think, like one of my favorite moments for sure, was getting to 3,000 followers because, oh my god, like that was just so unexpected and like exciting. It was slightly confusing when it happened again. So I guess we'll see if it's gonna, um, uh, yeah, if that's gonna stay. Like I don't know, maybe after the stream I can have like below 3,000 followers. I don't know. But anyways, exciting. Um, and I think. Mm, yeah. That guy was cleaning something. Zach was cleaning something in the background at some point, or what are we talking about? What? Oh. Yeah, I didn't even notice. I also, I did like talking about body image as well. Like, I thought it was a really, like, it was, of course, like, on one hand, it wasn't like, I think it was my favorite talk because I'm not sure how much it sort of like helped Lady Reinhardt. Like it felt like Lady Reinhardt like also said like sort of like yeah, I don't know like we didn't get there yet. So I hope like maybe like in one of the next streams like we can talk about it again and then like really like get to a point where there's you know like where it helps. Um, but I did like the talk as well for sure. Mm, and then what did we talk about again before the body image? So forgetful right now. Mm, I can't. I have no chat where that's still there. Oh no. How to work in this situation? How do you mean? Ah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the social media thing is a big one. Yeah, but like how to essentially like maladaptive daydreaming, like um, how to like easier get out of it. Yeah. Like one of the funniest moments by far was of course the cat farting. Like I don't know. Relaxing. I think Seppi means you. I mean, they don't uh, know that you have she/her pronouns. We talked about the difference between psychiatrist and psychologist as well. Mm, mm. I like ride relaxing, or like you wait. Usually, I always check on like Discord what your guys' pronouns are because like on Twitch, I just can't see it. It's a bit annoying. Right, relaxing. You like just to check now. Like you are she/her, right? Like I didn't mess that up, or was it the other way around? Mm. I really enjoyed how there were so many of you today. Like I feel like we had such nice talks where like everybody like just talked about their experience and we had so many different experiences coming together and it was so nice to see how many people are able to like relate to each other and connect with each other through talking about like their hardships and what they're going through and their struggles. So I really like that. That was really nice. Is your name Crade or what to address you with? Yeah, you can just say Crade. Yeah. Like my IRL name is like Leah, but I react to both, so it doesn't matter. Perfect, relaxing. By the way, relaxing, how was it again? Like, can you be on Discord or no, by the way? Like, I remember there was like, I think it was you, where like Discord is not like available or like not an option or something. You're on the Discord? Oh, then put your affiliate marketing links in the self-promotion channel. Definitely do. I mean, maybe like we can help, you know, like if people like I don't know how it works like between countries. If the affiliate marketing link then like still works or something. Um, but maybe people can help out, you know? That one released yesterday. I'm making free with 10 songs each. Blah, blah, blah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Also send your link in Sadness All Around Me. Definitely send your link in the like in the self promotion and also like in the music channel. I wanna listen to them. I hope it's gonna work out, bootlegger. Also for you, by the way, there's like so many people now like saying what they're doing. So everybody, like if you want to promote your stuff, like in our Discord, we have a self-promotion channel. So just post your links and like you know, like type like a message to it, like describing like what it is. Because like some people don't like will not have like the embedded links or whatever. Um but like post your links there. Like, I don't know, like, it's, like, I know, like, the community is small, you know, but it's better than nothing. Wow, Wendy. Perfect. So just all, like, know about that, okay? Like, use the self-promotion channel. Like, don't shy away from it. Like, we have it there for, you know, like, for a reason. I mean, good for you, Shady. All right, guys. So, um, let's all go to Dash Dogs. Nice. Dash ducks. It's like with ducks. Yeah. So here again, like all the links you need. So the Discord link I have like a resources page. So if you want like if you're looking for any of the articles I mentioned in stream, they're usually on my resources list. Also, like if you need to like if you're looking for any like nice free resources on the internet, like free learning platforms and whatever, like all of those links are on my resource list. If you have links yourself which are like, oh my god, like people need to know about this, like it's a gem in the internet and like nobody knows it, send me the link. I'm gonna put it on that list. Then if you want to support me or like check out my shop with like the stuff I'm selling, do it here. And remember, the streams are being uploaded to YouTube. So if you want to look up some stream of mine, you can find it on YouTube. And you're welcome with the stream. It was a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed it, and we're gonna see each other next time, which is probably gonna be on Monday. So yeah. See you guys on Monday again. And remember to do something healthy for yourself. Like mental health is about preventative measures a lot.